Really?
Yes, yes, yes. Mm-hmm. Well, it could be, I said it could be new or, no, I meant, less.
That's what we're nervous. It's really good.
All right, podium, mic check, 1, 2, 3. Podium, mic, testing, 1, 2, 3. Manager mic, testing, 1, 2, 3. Manager mic, testing, 1, 2, 3. County clerk, mic testing, 1, 2, 3. County clerk, County clerk, testing, 1, 2, 3. Attorney mic, testing, 1, 2, 3. Attorney mic, check, 1, 2, 3. Meissner mic, testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, Meissner mic, 1, 2, 3. Dennis mic, Dennis mic, testing, 1, 2, 3. Dennis mic, testing, 1, 2, 3.
And you can have a seat anywhere in the slot.
Beatty mic, testing, 1, 2, 3. Beatty, let's one more time. Beatty mic, check, 1, 2, 3. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Okay, Lopez mic, testing, 1, 2, 3. Lopez mic, check, check, 1, 2, 3. How mic, testing, 1, 2, 3. How mic, check, check, 1, 2, 3.
None of the females in my life understand.
All right, hopefully everyone can hear me. We're going to be starting in a little over a minute, so stand by. All right, 45 seconds. Thirty seconds. Here we go. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5.
Well, good morning. Welcome. We're glad you're joining us, those that are here in person and those joining us online or via KPTS. When you walked in this morning, you would have been able to pick up a meeting agenda packet. We encourage you to follow along. You can also follow along and look at all the supporting materials on sedgwickcounty.org. All the materials we have to review, you can also access online. It is good reading. So also want to take note, we have a lot of people here today that are going to be sharing with us and speaking. Want to also note that Russ Kessler, the mayor of Hayesville, is here today, so we want to acknowledge you, sir, and just say hello. And again, welcome everybody this morning. So we got a busy day, a lot on the agenda, a lot of important things. So why don't we get to work? Madam Clerk, first item, please.
Invocation to be led by Pastor John Durso with Calvary Baptist Church. Please remain standing for the flag salute.
Let's pray. Dear God in heaven, we thank you so much for the opportunity to gather together. We're so thankful for each one of these commissioners. Lord, I pray that you would just do a work, give them wisdom in all the decisions that they have to make. I pray that you just guide them. I pray that you just give them grace as they make these decisions. And Lord, as we think of wisdom and grace, we know that those things come from you. We're so thankful that as it says in Ephesians, it's only by grace that we can be saved from our sins and have a relationship with you. So, Lord, I do pray that you would just guide and direct in the meeting today, that you continue to strengthen each one of these commissioners. And I pray these things in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Very good. Pastor John, we appreciate you being here this morning. Commissioner Howe, would you like to share something?
I just wanted to say thank you to Pastor John Durso. He's a pastor at Calvary Baptist Church in Derby. He's actually my church, and I just love this man. He's a wonderful shepherd of the community. Thank you for being here today.
Very good. Thank you, Pastor John. Appreciate your words of encouragement. Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Roll call. Commissioner Meitzner.
Present.
Commissioner Dennis.
Present.
Commissioner Howe.
Present.
Commissioner Lopez. Chairman Beatty.
Present. Next item, please.
County announcements.
Good morning, Nicole.
Good morning, Chairman and Commissioners. Nicole Gibbs of Strategic Communications. February celebrates Black History Month, honoring the achievements by African Americans and recognizing their central role in U.S. history. The 2024 theme is African Americans and the Arts, which explores the key influence African Americans have had in visual and performing arts, literature, fashion, folklore, language, film, music, architecture, culinary, and other forms of cultural expression. We put together a short video recognizing local African American heroes from and in our community. Thank you for the opportunity to show that quick video. A reminder is that the state is hosting a town hall meeting on Monday, February 26th to talk about the recently chosen site for the South Central Regional Mental Health Hospital and to answer any questions from the public. The forum will be held at Wichita South High School in the auditorium from 6:30 to 8:30 p.m. Severe weather is upon us. It will be upon us soon. Emergency Management is holding its severe weather safety program starting Monday, February 26th. Here to share more is Cody Charvet, Deputy Director of Emergency Management.
Hey, good morning, Cody.
Good morning, Chairman, Commissioners. Cody Charvet, Emergency Management Director, Deputy Director. Appreciate the time to just get up here real briefly and talk about the fact that we love these warmer temperatures that we're getting the last few days and today as well, but it is a harbinger of severe weather season being just around the corner. So again, this year we'll be presenting our severe weather safety classes throughout the county, sometimes referred to as Storm Spotter Education. The first one is next Monday, the 26th, at the Valley Center Community Center. That'll start at 6:30. And then they're scattered throughout the county, the various cities that'll be hosting them throughout the county throughout the month of March. The last one will be on Tuesday, April 2nd in MAIZE. So, history has shown us that Kansas is #1 on the list of severe weather states when it comes to tornado reports and severe thunderstorms reports per square mile. We are in the bullseye for Mother Nature. So every Kansan should take steps to increase their weather IQ, and we're glad to play a part in that. So I know you got a busy agenda, so I won't take any more of your time, but I'll stand for questions if you have any.
Very good, Cody. Any questions for Cody?
What's a weather IQ?
We can work on that offline.
Yeah. Very good.
All right.
No, Cody, thank you. You are right. We're heading into that season, and more awareness is always a good thing for this community. We appreciate all that you guys do at Emergency Management.
You bet.
One quick note, Emergency Management has been doing this program for 16 years. This is their 16th year, so it's been good information for the community.
Yeah, certainly.
Cody's been doing it for 16 years, please.
Yeah.
Apologies. Cody's been doing it for 16 years. All right. Last but not least, we have a special group of leaders in our midst today. The Hayesville Mayor's Youth Council Leadership Council works closely with the mayor of Hayesville, Russ Kessler, and I've invited him up to say a few words. Sir?
Mr. Mayor, always good to see you. Thanks for joining us this morning.
Thank you. As you mentioned, I'm Mayor Russ Kessler of Hayesville. It's an honor to be here, and thank you for having us and letting us speak. So brought with me the Mayor's Youth Leadership Council from Hayesville. Want to come on down a bit closer? I'm going to ask them to introduce themselves and what grade they're in, and the mayor of the Mayor's Youth Leadership Council, Lillian, she'll say a few words, and I'll follow up. So.
I'm Justin Faust. I'm a freshman.
Brent Black, freshman.
Selah Harold, freshman. Kaylee Somerville, senior.
Jada Arneson, freshman. I'm Grace Black, and I'm a junior.
I'm Caleb Arneson, and I'm a junior.
Hi, I'm Lillian Meyer. I'm a senior. Mayor's Youth Leadership Council, over the past year, we've come together each month to talk about different ways we want to engage with our community. So that usually that's through community service, like going through and helping out on Trick or Treat on Main Street to pass out candy to kids, helping out at our big fundraiser events like Barn Bash. And then in addition to that, we also visit different government levels to see how they work, getting to meet people face to face. This past week, we went to Topeka. It was very cool. We got to go inside to the House floor, see what everyone was like, how things run. And it's just been a great opportunity to see people, just not through a screen, but to meet you in person, to see how everything works, and kind of meet people on a more personal level. I know that everything that we've learned from here, I'll be able to take after high school and just apply it to any career field we go into to see those leadership skills and see how can we improve our government, improve our community. And thank you for letting us be here.
Thank you. So, as Lillian said, it's great to be here. I thought it was very important to bring our youth into government, see how government works, city level, county, state level. As you mentioned, we went to Topeka last week, sat on a House floor, was recognized on the House floor. It was a great experience. Met the governor, got a photo op with the governor, so they each introduced themselves to the governor, so that was great. Like I said, it's just a great opportunity for students to be able to be involved with government. It's got to start somewhere. Might as well with high school, at least. So, and I'll stand for any questions.
Well, what an incredible, invaluable experience you guys are getting. And if you ever figure out how government works more efficiently, please give me a call. We're all ears, all ears. So, questions or comments, Commissioner Meitzner?
Hey, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mayor Kessler, thanks for doing this and bringing these youth in front of us. To the youth, you've got a wonderful mayor that is really engaged in our community at the transportation level and at the economic development level with REAP, which is like a 10-county involvement. Mayor Kessler has really stepped up and put Hayesville in the middle of a lot of things in our region. And you all hanging around him and soaking whatever you can from him and letting him guide you, like for instance, taking you up to Topeka. He's a good mayor and a good man. And Russ, I appreciate the committees we serve on, and you've done Hayesville well. And congratulations to all of you.
Well, thank you. I appreciate your comments.
Yeah, very good. Commissioner Howe.
I just had a couple questions. Number one, thank you for being here today. It's very encouraging to see young people getting involved at this level. Really, that's awesome. And with the last one that spoke, is she the mayor? Which one's the mayor of the?
Last one that spoke, Lillian.
Okay, I wasn't able to hear that for some reason, but anyway. So, how long have you all been doing this, Mayor's Youth Council?
So it has started several years ago, but there was a several-year gap.
Okay.
So I wanted to resurrect it. So I started at this school year. So it runs from the school year.
Is it limited to 8 students, or is it open to other students?
It is open to others. It's a high school level, so incoming 8th graders to freshmen. So we will soon be advertising again. So it'll be upcoming 8th graders, upcoming freshmen through 11th grade. So there'll be 9 through 12 next year.
And where do you guys meet and how often?
They meet monthly, and the mayor runs the meetings. They meet at campus.
Okay. I mean, Mayor Kessler, you run the meetings, or she does?
She does. The mayor of the youth leadership.
By the way, I was expecting you to tell me my name's Russ and I'm in whatever grade. I thought you were going to tell me I'm a freshman. But anyway, no, this is very exciting. I think that other cities ought to take this example. I know Wichita, at least at one point, did have a mayor's youth council. I don't know if they still do today. I've not met them if they are, but this is really a great idea, and I love the fact that you guys are doing this. I hope maybe sometime I get a chance to meet with you at one of your meetings. I'd like that. Of course, you have your own commissioner, but that would be fun to sit down and get to know you guys in a net setting as well. Appreciate what you're doing. Excellent job, and thank you for your leadership, Mr. Mayor Kessler, and for all the students that are here today.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Commissioner Dennis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. Mayor, thank you for being here today, and thank you for bringing your leadership team. We sincerely appreciate meeting each and every one of them. I know how important the youth of our nation are to the future of our country. You served our country in the Navy, and we appreciate that. Mayor Kessler also brought Hayesville as a Purple Heart City, and we followed his lead, so you'll see a flag as you walk into the room, because we're now a Purple Heart County also. But we went to his dedication of that, and that's what gave me the idea that probably we ought to be a Purple Heart County at the same time. He's also the vice chair now of WAMPO, which is important, so he's involved in a lot of things here in this region. We appreciate that very much, but more than that, we appreciate the leadership in bringing the youth in today, so that they can see how government works, because it's critical, because they're going to be our future.
That's right.
That's one of the reasons that I did teach high school after I retired from the Air Force. That's why I was on the Kansas State Board of Education. And I still announce sports, so if you ever go to a Northwest High School football game, you'll hear my voice there, as I'm still involved with youth in our community. So you are our future, and I recognize that, and I appreciate you very much.
Very good. Commissioner Lopez.
Thank you so much. Well, I'm so grateful that you guys could come and spend this time with us. Mayor, I appreciate the work that you do for Hayesville. I've had the opportunity to get to know you and your family over the last few years, and my family and I were very grateful for your leadership. You truly are a public servant to this community, and we realize that, how lucky we are to have you as our mayor. So thank you for the work that you do. We also have really just top-notch staff at Hayesville. Well, I'm grateful that you're here today. Thank you for coming, and between you and Georgia, I probably bug you guys a little too much, but I really appreciate the work that you do. I mean, my family and I lived in South Wichita, but my kids went to Hayesville schools for a long time. But in the last couple of years, we've actually moved into Hayesville, and we have just adored living in the city. It really is the small town feel, and you have everything that you need. And so it's been a true pleasure. But really fast, I want to just highlight your mayor, Lily, here. I've gotten to know Lily a little bit over the last couple of years. She was one that took me on a tour of campus and showed me all around the great things that you guys have the ability to do in school. And I think campus is one of probably the most hidden gems that we have in Sedgwick County. I mean, what campus offers to their students is it's incredible. And my kids, I'm very happy that they're there. Lily, though, she not only is the mayor of this council, she works for Exploration Place. She's in the IB program there. She works in the coffee shop at campus and is going to go to KU next year. And if you are what our future looks like, we have such a bright future ahead of us. So I am grateful for each and every one of you for being here today. Thank you so much for taking your time. And I'm sure leaving class was, awful for you, but I'm grateful that you are here. I'm looking forward to my daughter Avery hopefully joining next year of the council, and just appreciate all of you more than you know. Thank you for coming and talking with me a little bit before this meeting. It was really nice to get to meet all of you individually. And if you ever need anything, if you have any questions about county government, or if you want county government, Commissioner Hal offered, and I would love to come too. With him being over in Derby, I mean, we're very close. We have a lot of the same issues that we work towards, and so it might be really a great idea to have both of us come sometime, and we can kind of talk about what we see on the south side and how we can help with anything that you're working on. So thank you again for being here. Mayor, thank you for bringing them. Really appreciate your time today, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your day. I know you have a couple other things happening, so I would say that we could hang out after, but this meeting's probably going to go a little longer than what I think you're going to be here for. So I think we're going to take a picture right after this, if you don't mind. Just waiting for just a moment, but
yeah,
I will let you.
Very good.
Thank
Mayor,
you.
thank you again. And Lily, did KU, is that where you're going? Rock chalk. I like it, yeah. Okay, yeah, we want to take a picture with you. Is that okay? Can you stick around and we'll go out front and take a picture? Okay, why don't we take about a 5-minute break real quick, if you'll give us permission, and we'll be right back. Stay on your best behavior. Okay. Bring some order back to this thing. And Nicole, any final county announcements?
I don't think there could be a better closure than that. So nope, I have nothing else unless you guys have questions.
Any questions or comments for Nicole? Okay, thank you so much. That was a lot of fun to have them here today.
You're welcome.
Okay, Madam Clerk, next item.
Public agenda.
Public agenda, we do have several people that have signed up today. I'm looking through the notes on the topics, and most of them are concerning one of the two rezoning cases that we have today, or zoning cases that we have today. So I'm assuming that most people would want to speak during that zoning case. If there is any, if someone would rather speak now on the zoning case, just raise your hand and let me know that. Okay, so once we get to the zoning cases, there'll be an opportunity to share there and provide some feedback. We do have a couple other people that have signed up for other topics, one for senior center and then just general things. So let me see if I can identify what. Cell tower. Okay. Andrea Cisco. Would you like to speak now, Andrea?
I can, or I can wait my turn.
Well, it's senior center, and the rest are, a lot of these others are for the zoning case, so you're welcome to come now. So you'll have 5 minutes. I'll go back up. You'll have 5 minutes, and our clerk will announce whenever you're winding up. Just state your name and address for the record.
Okay. Hello, Chairman Beatty and County Commissioners. My name is Andre Simonson Cisco. I live at 5015 Jade in Wichita, Kansas. I am here on behalf of seniors speaking up for senior centers. Staying socially active can have significant impact on older adults' mental health. Regarding social interaction can combat depression, anxieties, and feelings of isolation. Moreover, social engagement can keep minds sharp and reduce the risk of cognitive decline and dementia. With the rising cost of so many items, the seniors need a senior center to attend. It is important that seniors have a place to go where they feel safe, meet new friends and old friends, enjoy a nutrition meal, take a few classes, as well as go on an outing to a baseball game or just to a show with another person. Oakland Sunview Senior Center is a place where seniors want to go. Many different activities at Oakland Community Center for the seniors of each of your districts. In 2019, the Board of County Commissioners put a hold on senior center funding. However, the world did not put a hold on the rising cost of things to run a senior center. They continue to go up each year. Seniors pay tax to Sedgwick County, as well as you all are aware of, and deserve to be treated with a kind smile in their golden years and an awesome senior center filled with activities. In 2019, the share of the seniors' electric bill was $3,157.17. In 2023, the total share of the seniors' electric bill was $2,373, $2,375.43. 2019, the share of the seniors' part for the water bill was $317.71. Oakland Improvement District waives the sewer cost. In 2023, the seniors' part of the water was $424.29. Oakland Improvement District waives the sewer cost. In 2019, the total senior part of the bills for the trash was $1,346.68. In 2023, the total senior part of the bill for trash was $2,660.30. In 2019, the total bill for telephone for the senior part was $859.66. In 2023, the total part of the telephone bill for the senior part was $4,037.34. Printing and stamps for newsletters, $2,300 $36.53 in 2019 for printing and stamps for the newsletter, which is required by Sedgwick County. In 2023 was $3,767.73. I'm not sure if you guys are aware, but stamps went up again this year.
Good.
These 6 items come to a total of $8,644.15 in 2019. These same items, 6 items, came to $13,265.09 in 2023. That's a difference of $4,620.94 on these 6 items in the last 5 years. Yet Sedgwick County has not increased funding to senior centers. These bills do not include the salary of the senior center director, which Sedgwick County is well aware of the importance of having good staff making a good salary so that they are not always retraining. In 2019, the hourly rate for the director was $13.80 per hour. 2023, the hourly cost for the director was $17.24 per hour. That is a difference of $3.44 per hour. The director does receive annual leave and sick leave, as well as capers through the state of Kansas, which is an additional cost. Seniors need county commissioners to take more interest in senior centers, as we make up 54% of the voters in Sedgwick County. Thank you for any support that you give the senior centers. Sincerely, Andre Cisco, Senior, speaking up for senior centers. Thank you.
Thank you, Andre. I appreciate your comments. Any questions for Andre? Commissioner Howe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just want to let you know, I know that at least a couple of the commissioners right now are doing a lot of work trying to figure out what to do. We heard you the other day when you were here. You know, my heart is to help you. And I don't know exactly where we're going to end up with this, but I do think there is an initiative amongst commissioners to do some things to address some of the stuff that you talked about today. So I can't share what we're going to end up, but I can tell you the conversation is happening. And I do believe we're going to be working on trying to find a way to address the problem that you're describing today. So thank you for sharing your testimony this morning. Thank you.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
Very good. Commissioner Lopez.
Thank you. Thank you again for being here. I think it is important to say that we're looking at 24 and what that looks like, but then we're also going to have a larger discussion through this budget cycle on what the funding mechanism looks like going forward as well. So this is kind of a two-part conversation that we're having, but we do take this seriously and we are working on this, and I believe this will be up again next week for us to discuss. So
I want to thank you also for attending the chili cook-off at the Senior Center in Hayesville. It was an awesome event.
it was fantastic. I got way too full. My babies enjoyed a cupcake, so they were very sugared up when we got home, but we had a great time.
But you bought those.
We did. We bought those. That's right. Yes, that's true. That's a good point. Thank you.
You bet.
Very good. Commissioner Dennis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being here. I do represent some seniors, being the most senior on this commission. So I understand your concern. My concern all along has been equity on supporting seniors throughout the entire county, not just certain areas of the county. If you take a look at my district specifically, we get the least amount of funding for senior centers of any district. Matter of fact, there are senior centers that get much more money just for one senior center than my entire district receives. So my argument has always been equity and making sure that we take care of all of our seniors throughout the county. And it's not just senior centers, it's senior services. We need to look at everything that we do for seniors. And there are about 15 different programs that are involved with aging for seniors. I support those. What I don't support is inequity. So I just want you to understand that. That's why I've been very vocal in our funding model, because it is discriminatory. It rewards the rich, it penalizes the poor. Thank you.
Can I say something or no?
Sure.
Okay, I didn't know. I want to be careful. I appreciate your time that you guys give me. And I'll be back again, because I do find it interesting that Hayesville, Derby, Mulvane, Oaklawn Improvement District all put in money to their senior centers, but yet the city of Wichita does not. Matter of fact, in my next speech, I'll cover some of that stuff. But I do appreciate your time, and I do understand what you're saying. And I don't know that there is a fair way, because everybody's needs in each of you guys' counties, districts is a little bit different. So I do appreciate and thank you for your time.
Thank you, and thank you for coming and always sharing your feedback. We appreciate it. Next up, yes. Oh, sorry, Commissioner. Oh, didn't see.
I just want to say this. I'm not sure I understand Commissioner Dennis's last comment. He said this rewards the rich and penalizes the poor. I don't understand what that means. I'll talk to him later about that. I just want to let you know, last Friday we had a budget retreat, and we had a very robust and lengthy discussion about this. If you've not seen that video, please go look at the Sedgwick County YouTube channel and see if you can find the end of our Friday's discussion where we talk about senior centers and senior services. Very robust discussion. I think you have a reason to go look at that. I think it's important information. I don't want to repeat myself today. I could probably spend the next 10, 15 minutes talking about this, but I'm not going to do that. But I want you to know there is a discussion for you to go watch. Thank you.
I have been watching more regularly the county commissioners meetings and trying to find some different things out there, because sometimes, and you guys have a very, very difficult job, and it's not that I'd ever want any of you guys' job, but as an elected official for Oaklawn Improvement District, I also have to support my constituents, and I cannot, as a district, continue to support at the level that we do with the changes that are happening in Oaklawn also.
And I understand.
So
I think this is at risk.
that is some of my concern and my worry. But I also know that seniors on a whole, no matter where they go, Linwood Senior Director does an excellent job of trying to get as much as she can. But when I pull and find out that she has to pay rent to the city of Wichita and I have to put money in, I kind of back up and say, what's going on? Something's not right somewhere. I do agree with you, Mr. Dennis. It's not correct somewhere. So I appreciate your time, and I will go out, try and find that. The last one I watched was on the mental health hospital.
I'll send you a link to what I'm talking about.
Okay, thank you very much for your
Thank
time.
you for coming and sharing. We appreciate you. Next up, John Nicholas. John, good morning. Thanks for being here. If you can just state your name and address for the record. We'll give you 5 minutes.
Hi, having me, Commissioners. I'm John Nicholas from Derby, and I appear here today as the chair, newly elected, of the Jim Howell Citizens Advisory Board for District 5. I started something new last month, or actually it was February 2nd, so it's really this month. And that's called a recognition of the chair. I have a letter I'd like to read. At the February meeting of the 5th District Advisory Board, the enclosed certificate of recognition was presented to the board and those in attendance. It is my pleasure as chair to appear today to present the certificate of recognition. The Commission decision on January 27, 2024 to acquire land for a new mental health facility was the result of many people working together, and I consider that decision an important one for Sedgwick County, for District 5, and for the state of Kansas. Your work to coordinate the many county residents, local and state agencies, and county staff from many departments between 2021 and 2023 must be acknowledged, and I look forward to working with all of those as part of our Citizens Advisory Board to make this become a reality and worthwhile effort within the county. The letter is addressed to Jim Howell, Ryan Beatty, David Dennis, Sarah Lopez, Pete Meisner as county commissioners, to the Lane Community Foundation as the donor, and to Tom Stoltz as county manager, because before I leave today, I'm going to leave all these up there on his desk, and he can see that they get distributed, because he did a lot of the coordination work too, and that also would include all of the various state agencies and county employees that need to hear about this. I'd also like to, while I'm here, acknowledge the director at the Oaklawn Senior Center. That's where our Citizens Advisory Board meets the first Monday of every month, and I will put in a shameless plug here. Next month on March 1, we're having an invocation by Chaplain Dave Fulton from the Dole VA Center, and he's going to make a public comment about a program that he has operating within the community to help deal with veterans and some of their needs as they come back from the service. We also have county departments from election commissioner, 911 call center, and the third one escapes me. We have three of them, take about an hour, and public is welcome. Please come. Thank you.
Very good. Appreciate you. Commissioner Howe.
Yeah, I appreciate you making a point that we do meet at the Oaklawn Senior Center. Also, that's the Oaklawn Community Building. The governing body there is three elected officials, one of which is Andre Cisco, and she spoke this morning. But she's actually not the director of the Senior Center. That has to be a whole other person, which actually kind of makes the point. They have to pay a director. I don't know if they pay that director. Actually, it's in their letter, but she does a great job. But even though it's in the same building, Oaklawn Improvement District, I always say it's kind of like a city, and some cities do support the senior centers. Oaklawn does provide some help to the Oaklawn Improvement District does provide some help to the senior center, but again, they are struggling, and I can see why the community there, the city that does the taxing, has hit their limits, because most of the people that they serve actually are not from Oaklawn. So it certainly is a problem, and I appreciate the hospitality, you allowing us to do our meetings there, because it's basically in the heart of my district, and I really do appreciate that. Again, thank you, Chairman Nicholas John Nicholas. He's like Saint Nicholas. Okay, yes, but thank you, Chairman Nicholas, for coming to present to us this morning. Appreciate you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Nicholas, thank you so much for being here. Next, I see Annie Eby. Eby, forgive me if I mispronounced that.
Why are you still here? I actually was wondering, you said that you want to make this a reality and a success. I was wondering if you could say what.
Hey, Annie, could you be able to come down? We got 5 minutes, so we want to make
I
sure
want to use 1 minute of mine for him to answer what constitutes success for the new building.
Success for the new building would be access, so that we can avoid a lot of the things that we see costing taxpayer money through other branches of county and city government instead of money going directly into the
Very good.
mental health
Thank you,
facility.
John. Okay. Ma'am, if you can just state your name and address for the record.
Annie EB, 450 North Crossway.
Thank you.
My main topic is on civic participation and increasing access at the county level. I'm not sure at the city level. I know that they had a Zoom, Wichita City, sorry, during COVID years, and then they took it away, which was kind of inexplicable to me, because it seems like once you get that technological asset, you would definitely want to keep it. And I just wonder if there's an IT person here that could make sure that commentary can happen, because we know it's on YouTube, we know it's on TV, but that's not the same as being able to do this. So, and I'd really appreciate that you let people sign up 5 minutes beforehand to talk for 5 minutes. That's not at the city level either. But one way to talk about access is, or I guess civic participation, is transportation. I know that there was like election buses at some point. I don't know if those are city, county, but I think we should consider that the actual participation is more important, really. I mean, looking at this agenda, it's every single kind of topic. So using community buildings to do a asynchronous public education and commentary, kind of, if we can guide that commentary to not just be like kind of scattered and random, but to follow a flow of kind of, I agree with this, and then get to a conclusion they can kind of see the logical mapping of how the decisions are getting made from different people. There's ways to do it. There's something called unconferencing. It's a conference. It's not a conference. It's happening asynchronously when people want to join. How much more time do I have? 2 minutes? Sorry, last
3 minutes.
3 minutes, okay. And I can refer to you some of those. One of them's co-creation school, based primarily, actually all over the world. They have meetings virtually on Zoom, and they can teach people. They contract for the United Nations, so they're already used to working with governments. I don't work for them. I just think it's a cool model. There's another one that's called Antigua Forum, based out of Antigua, Guatemala, which is where Mayor Lily Wu is born. So that could be interesting to bring here. It's part of a university called Universidad Francisco Marroquín, and it's probably got a good WSU relationship if it wanted to, because that's a good like Acton School of Business. That's a Texas school, but I think that it would be a good cultural match. Like, I don't know. So those are some ideas. I've noticed here and maybe in City Hall, or definitely in City Hall too. I mean, I didn't see anybody in a wheelchair there. And when $5 million gets allocated to changing the one-way streets, again, I know it's not your decision, but for my grandfather told me third or fourth time in a century since he's been around, that versus making sure that somebody on a snowy day can get around is like not a question. We start with the basics first. Okay, basics first. This is the services are kind of basics, but we're actually trying to get people to services, and I just do want to reply to the last speaker on whether the building is the most important part. I think I read that it was a county decision, and this is separate, to spend about half of a budget for a counter fentanyl overdose budget on a building. I don't know what group has gotten a stronghold of power or like gotten mentally taken over, but the focus on building a new building repeatedly over and over, the most expensive thing you can do, most expensive thing to maintain. Meanwhile, historic buildings being put to waste and not even protected when they're national landmarks, which is illegal, is impermissible. Stop building, moratorium on government building new buildings. And I would encourage you to have nonprofits such as Habitat for Humanity do something more than demolish neighborhoods where memories exist and our lives are attached to memories. I mean, it's not fair, and it's really not fair. They're not fair, they're not beautiful properties. And the Commodore and the Shirkmere alone could have housed all of the homeless this year.
Yeah.
So focus on that, Habitat for Humanity. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Ms. Ivy, for coming and visiting. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, thank you. We appreciate you.
No comment, really? I just want to make sure because that was really quick.
No questions or comments, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you so much for coming. We appreciate your feedback.
Thank you. This is my first time speaking, and I will just wonder if there's somebody that would like to follow up with me off.
Certainly.
Is there anybody that would like to say would know who?
We have your information here, so if anybody needs to follow up, they'll be able to get a hold of you.
Okay, I'm just wondering if anybody had to raise hand.
So, thank you so much. The rest of the public comment that is signed up is going to be for the zoning cases. So at this point, I'll make a motion to receive and file public agenda. Motion a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Meitzner.
Aye.
Commissioner Dennis.
Aye.
Commissioner Howe.
Aye.
Commissioner Lopez.
Aye.
Chairman Beatty.
Aye. Next item, please.
Consideration of minutes. Item A, special meeting minutes of January 26th, 2024.
Commissioners, we've all had a chance to review minutes. Any changes or comments on those meeting minutes? Seeing none, I'll make a motion to approve the meeting minutes of January 26, 2024.
Second.
Motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Meitzner. Commissioner Dennis.
Aye.
Commissioner Howe.
Aye.
Commissioner Lopez.
Aye.
Chairman Beatty.
Aye. Next item, please.
New business, item B, CON 2023-00054, conditional use request in the county to permit a 195-foot wireless communications tower on property zoned rural residential district, generally located on the west side of North 167th Street and within 1/2 mile of south of West 53rd Street North.
Very good. Scott, good morning. Before we get started today, I want to make sure that we have an opportunity for commissioners to declare ex parte communication. So we just go down the line. Commissioner Meitzner.
I've had no direct communication or conversation, but I have received emails, a number of emails on this item.
Commissioner Dennis.
Thank you. I've had a number of emails It was also heard at my Citizens Advisory Board, and I've had a couple phone calls about this issue, but I'm still able to make an informed decision.
As for me, I have received several emails on this topic, but I'm happy to keep an open mind as we hear all the details of this case.
I too have had a handful of emails, but my mind will remain open until we vote. Thank you.
I too have had a handful of emails and not responded to any of them. In fact, because we have two cases side by side, I'm a little confused as to which one goes to which one. So anyway, I am completely neutral. I'm looking forward to hearing the testimony this morning. Thank you.
Very good. Okay, Scott, good morning.
Good morning. Scott Wadle from the Planning Department. Thank you for the opportunity to present this item. So in this case, the applicant is requesting a conditional use in order to allow for a wireless communication tower. This item is being heard today for a couple of reasons. The first is that the Citizen Advisory Board and the Planning Commission recommendations are different. The second is that protests have been received against the application. And I'll show you graphics that will show where those were. In terms of the request, the applicant has indicated they're requesting a conditional use in order to allow a 120-foot monopole tower to be built on the property. Now, please note that this is an amendment to the original request, which was for a 195-foot tall tower. In terms of the property, as you can see here on the graphic, the site is generally located west of 167th Street and south of West 53rd Street. The subject site is a 10,000 square foot area, which is a subset or a part of a larger property, which is just over 36 acres in size. The property is zoned rural residential and in use as agricultural land. The subject site is within the Colwich 2035 urban growth area, as shown in the Wichita-Sedgwick County Comprehensive Plan, and the Colwich urban growth area as per the Unified Zoning Code. In terms of context, the property to the north is zoned rural residential district and under the same ownership as the applicant. It is a narrow parcel and is part of the larger farm operation on the subject site. North of that property are properties zoned R1 single-family residential district in the city limits of Colwich and developed with single-family dwellings. Property immediately to the east is under the same ownership as the subject site, zoned rural residential and developed with a single-family house and outbuildings. Further east are properties zoned R1 single-family residential in the city limits of Colwich and in agricultural use. Property to the west and south are zoned rural residential district and are in agricultural use. In terms of the staff report, a staff report provides additional information about the wireless communications master plan, the lease area and access to that area, screening, and the Kansas statutes specifying 18 prohibitions when considering an application for a communication structure. In terms of review, on October 24th, the Colwich Planning Commission considered the conditional use application for the 195-foot wireless communication tower. Several members of the public spoke in opposition to the application with general concerns regarding a decrease in property values, negative visual impacts, and possible health concerns. The action of the Colwich Planning Commission was to table the discussion until Halloween, October 31st. They also voted to close the public hearing and not to take additional public comments at their next meeting. On October 31st, the Colwich Planning Commission continued the consideration of this application. The action taken at the meeting was to recommend denial of the application, citing findings that it would not be in conformance with the Colwich future land use map, is not in conformance with the Wichita-Sedgwick County Wireless Communications Plan, and could have detrimental visual impacts and possible impacts to the value of nearby residential properties. And then the final one was public opposition. Per the Unified Zoning Code, and because of the Colwich Planning Commission recommendation for denial, an approval by the Board of County Commissioners will require a supermajority or 4 out of 5 commissioners. On November 9th, the Planning Commission held a public hearing and considered the application. Several members of the public spoke against the proposal. Many of the public comments were concerned with negative visual impacts to neighboring properties and possible negative impacts to property values. During the deliberation, the applicant amended their request, stating their willingness to reduce the height of the tower from 195 feet to 120 feet. The MAPC recommended approval of the amended request subject to the conditions which are listed in the staff report. The vote was 8-3. Multiple protests were received for this case from nearby property owners. The total protest constituted just over 13% of the protest area. This is below the 20% threshold established by the state. In terms of commission action, it is recommended that the Board of Commissioners adopt the findings of the Planning Commission, approve the amended conditional use request for the 120-foot wireless communications tower, authorize the chairman to sign the resolution, and authorize the resolution to be published. Now, you have a number of alternatives, two of which are you can override the MAPC recommendation, make alternative findings, and deny the application. This would require 4 out of 5 votes. Or, as always, you can return the case to the Planning Commission for further consideration with a statement specifying the basis of your failure to approve or deny the application. This would require, as always, just a simple majority or 3 of 5 votes. And with that, I will take you through some of the graphics. So here is the site, which identified in red. The dashed line shows the city limits for Colwich, and you can see the variety of uses and agricultural uses in the area. This is the zoning map from the area. You can see the majority of the properties in the unincorporated county are zoned rural residential. This is a floodplain map for the area. Here's the map from the comprehensive plan, showing that it's in a small city urban growth area, the urban growth area for Colwich. This is the site plan that was submitted by the applicant as part of the application. Again, more materials submitted as part of the application. This is the protest map. Now, just for everyone's information, the ones that are valid and were counted towards the protest percentage are shown in red. In that case, all of the signatures from all of the property owners are included. If a protest is submitted and it was valid but not in the protest area, it is shown in blue. And if it was an invalid protest, sometimes because they're late or because they're missing signatures, they're shown either in green or yellow. Here are photos from the site and the surrounding properties. Okay. And with that, I'll stand for any questions.
Okay, thank you, Scott, for that presentation. Any questions or comments for Scott? Commissioner Dennis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. And Scott, I appreciate all the work that you've done on this. I know that you briefed us all 2-2-1 also to get us up to speed on it. As far as aesthetics, how close is this to the nearest home?
Yes, that is an excellent question. Let me see where I've got that. It says that it's approximately 450 feet south of the nearest residence.
Okay. And is this area...
It's a plan for residential development in the future.
Okay. Thank you. That's all my questions right now.
Okay. Commissioner Howe?
Just for clarity, thank you, Chairman. For clarity, the property that's shown right next to that agricultural-looking residence, they did not oppose this, apparently.
No, the one directly to the east.
The northeast on that map, the way.
Yes, to the northeast. This is under the same property ownership. Okay. This one right here.
So they're apparently not opposing. I'm looking at the map of the opposition here. It looks like the folks on the city side, the city limits. There's a number of homes there to the north, and there's one property to the south. Is that a 1,000-foot radius circle on this?
It is, except for where it meets up with the jurisdictional boundary of the city of Colwich, and at that point it goes to 200 feet. So that's why you end up with a shape that is not quite a perfect circle or square.
Very good. So just curiously, after the amendment was requested by the applicant, did the CAB board or the Colwich planning, is it planning or city council? Did they take this up and look at this again and reconsider any of their positions?
No, sir. Neither the Colwich Planning Commission nor the DAB or the CAB considered it after the change at the Planning Commission meeting.
I'm curious, timeline-wise, is that something that could have been done?
Per our code, the recommendation from the Planning Commission, from the Small City Planning Commission, comes in before the Wichita-Sedgwick County Planning Commission recommendation. Could it be sent back there? Yes, I believe so.
Okay. And just because I would like to have you validate my understanding, if they had started this today and at a 120-foot tower, they would be able to do this through a slightly different process. It'd be administratively approved, potentially.
That is correct, sir. There's an administrative review and permit process that they would be eligible for.
What criteria do you look at in that, if you were to do that process, what criteria do you look at to decide whether it should be approved or not?
The wireless master plan provides guidance on that, and it's in this area, it's generally based on what the base zoning is of the property, and then what the height of the tower and what the tower structure itself would be.
Is anybody opined on this particular conditional use? Whether this would be approved or not if they had followed that process?
We know that it's eligible to go through that process. We've not made a determination on whether or not it would be approved through that.
And just for clarity's sake, an 80-foot tower would be done by right, so they wouldn't have to even go through this process at all.
If it was 80 feet, yes, that's correct.
Okay. That's all my questions for now, and thank you for your answers. Thank you, Chairman.
Okay. Commissioner Meister.
Mr. Chairman, related to the Colwich Planning Commission, so this location is in the Colwich area of influence of growth?
It is, yes, sir.
And do they have, and I see their ruling, they denied on their October 31st
Yes,
meeting?
that's correct. Their recommendation was for denial.
So, and the rules of area of influence versus the county. So who has total final jurisdiction?
Total and final jurisdiction is yours. Through this process, though, the county commission has, through establishing the urban areas of influence, the county commission has said and put it into regulations that if a city has an urban area of influence and they vote against an application, that then it requires a 4 out of 5 vote by the county commission in order to approve that application.
To overturn it, or to overturn their recommendation?
Well, in order to approve the application, sir, yeah. So in this case,
So
they did.
By approving the application, if a 4 out of 5 votes today would be counter from what the planning commission at Colwich did?
If you approved it, yes, that's correct.
Okay, that's what I need to know. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions for Scott?
One more question.
Yeah, please, Commissioner Howe.
Just curious, on MAPC, you said it was recommended for approval on a vote of 8-3. Is that a supermajority requirement that they had to meet, or is it simply a simple majority?
No, sir, just a simple majority at that point.
All right, thank you again.
Scott, stay close.
Will do.
I'm sure there'll be further questions. At this point in time, we'll give the applicant an opportunity to share. Is the applicant here? Oh, there you are. Yes, sorry. Good morning. Just please state your name and.
Yes. Good morning. My name is Courtney Stout. I'm here with my colleague Victor McAllister. I want to be aware of my time requirements, so I'll be brief. But before I start in this presentation, I have a few just general thoughts. This tower is proposed to fill a significant gap in cell coverage. This area is growing and developing. I think, as you saw, there's a neighborhood nearby, and as this grows and develops, cell coverage is only going to become more necessary, and this gap, without a remedy, is going to become more exacerbated. At its core, this is a public safety concern. In this day and age, we need access to reliable cell coverage. 62% of U.S. households rely exclusively on mobile cell coverage and do not have landlines. Frankly, at 10 p.m. on Tuesday night when you're driving home and you get a flat tire, or heaven forbid, you're at home and you need to reach emergency services, or you're simply trying to work from home and make a call, you will want that reliable cell coverage. As the previous presenter mentioned, that this tower has been lowered from 195 feet to 120 feet. This subjects this tower to administrative approval without discretion for denial. We lowered this tower from our original height to do the best we could to serve the community interests and concerns. Frankly, below 120 feet will not remedy the gap in cell coverage. This is as low as the tower can go. Even if you look past administrative approval and you look at the conditional use criteria, which I assert are not appropriate here because it must be approved per administrative approval, we still satisfy these criteria. And I'm going to briefly go through these, but they're laid out as well in your materials. The zoning, uses, and character of the neighborhood and the suitability for the uses which it has been restricted. As I discussed, there is an increased need for cell service in this day and age and the development plan that is only going to continue. This tower is located adjacent to a floodplain, reducing the other alternative options for a tower. And like I discussed, the tower height has been reduced significantly and as much as possible to reduce impact. The property that the tower is on is zoned as farmland, and there's no planned development on that subject site. The site is planned to remain farmland. I know that there's been a concern about property values, and I'd like to touch on that. There is no evidence that a cell tower has any impact on property values. In fact, there is evidence to the contrary. 67% of home buyers surveyed said that they valued cell phone coverage more than they valued the price of a home. 45% of Americans complain of poor cell service at their home. And in this day and age of work from home, cell service is an absolute necessity. This slide I've already covered. This is necessary in this day and age to function at home. This is how cell service is how 62% of Americans connect with each other, with their work, as well as with emergency services. There's no evidence that this will impact property values. There is evidence of a demonstrated gap in cell coverage without the addition of this cell tower. Factor F, I've already discussed, is the administrative approval. At 120 feet, this should be administratively approved pursuant to the ordinances. Again, I've discussed this particular parcel of land is farmland, zoned as farmland, and the landlord has no intention of developing anything beyond farmland. I'd like to discuss a little bit about the opposition of neighborhood residents, as I understand as a concern, and we are sympathetic. That is why we've lowered the tower to as low as it possibly can to function to remedy this gap in cell coverage. I've discussed the property values and that there's no evidence that there's any impact whatsoever on cell towers on property values, and even some evidence that shows that cell towers will improve property values because they improve cell coverage. I'd also like to briefly discuss any health concerns. There is absolutely no evidence in the data that shows any health concern from a cell tower. And in fact, the American Cancer Society, World Health Organization, and the USDA the U.S. Food and Drug Administration has said that there is no impact on health. And again, the tower, as lowered, meets the requirements for non-discretionary administrative approval. And again, we've considered the recommendations of professional staff. That's why we lowered this, to do our part to be as minimally invasive as possible. And finally, I'd like to talk just briefly on what a concept called effective prohibition. Under this concept, this means under federal law, even if the commission found that it was not subject to administrative approval, and even if the commission found that the CUP factors were not at issue, you still must approve this tower or face violation of federal law under 47 U.S. Code Section 332 if there is a significant gap in coverage and there's no alternative or feasible site available. And at this time, I would like to pass the microphone to my colleague, Mr. McAllister, who's going to explain to you why this is the only feasible site for this cell tower, as well as discuss the current gap in cell coverage and how the tower will remedy that gap.
Good morning, Victor McAllister. Good to see a lot of you again. Actually, I'm going to take a couple of steps back. I want to talk about a few things real quick, a little change in order real quick. I want to confirm real quick, and Commissioner Dennis, I believe that we actually sat at the GAB after P&Z. That's correct. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you for that opportunity. It was pointed out after my presentation that I missed the notes about the CAB meeting, so I want to catch up on that. Thank you for the opportunity to do that. On December 11th, the CAB, so it was at the MAPC and after the 120-foot tower proposal was brought up, the CAB 3 considered the application, including the amendment to 120-foot tower. Multiple members of the public spoke in opposition to the request, citing concerns about aesthetics, impacts to neighborhood residents, also property values, and provided comments regarding the amended request. In general, so the final action of the CAB was to recommend denial of the application by a 6-2 vote. So thank you for the opportunity to update that.
But based on the reduction of 120, P&Z approved 120, correct?
The MAPC?
Correct.
Wichita, Sedgwick County.
Correct. Thank you. Okay, just want to clarify that. So, and also, before I actually get into some of the schematics and things like that as a coverage and things like that, I don't think we've actually had a good opportunity to hear the property owner discuss this. You know, obviously, you know, we've heard from the opposition and neighboring neighborhood and so forth. And if it's okay, I'd like to shift gears and let him speak.
That'd be fine. We have a lot of people who want to speak on this, so everybody deserves an opportunity to share, and especially you in particular, but we're trying to keep things within 5 minutes in each segment. So.
I will talk very fast. Dan Hemman, 18919 West 53rd Street, North Colwich, Kansas. I live west of Colwich. I'm representing my parents that own the property, the farmland and all the land there, so I will be the future owner of that property. At least that's what's in the plans, and that's what we're working on. So I have a vested interest in what's going on. Been working with Victor and them for a couple, 10 months or so. So putting a cell tower in there, we thought it was in the best interest of the community for cell tower coverage. It would help support the land, the farm, keep it going. I have no intention of developing that property. In fact, if this rent from this doesn't come to fruition, I'll look at other opportunities to make income to pay for the farm, including raising cattle. But I do not intend to develop it. But that's to say, if the most inobtrusive vehicle for money is a tower, that would be the best thing for the community. But, you know, who's to say if this doesn't work out, what else I've got to do to make money to pay for the farm that I'm going to be purchasing? That's all I have to say. Any questions for me?
Any questions for Dan? Commissioner Dennis.
Thank you. I appreciate you being here today. And the developer and you both mentioned the location, and that's not something we normally consider whatsoever. But since it's been brought up by the developer, I do have a question. It looks like you own quite a bit of land that's going south of that location. Is there any reason that you are wanting to be 400 and some feet from the nearest home, or is there some way that it can be further away? Does that disturb your farming?
That gets into flood zone property as well as that gets into other owners. The line wasn't very clear as to where the property ends to the south. There isn't that much room farther to the south that also gets in the way of farming.
And Commissioner, Victor will also speak to the alternative sites and why this was the best location.
Okay. Well, I'm just curious. You brought it up. I didn't bring it up. I'm just trying to follow up on the discussion that you all brought up on that this is the only location. That's what you testified to. And that's my concern is why is 450 feet from the home the only location on that piece of property?
Primarily, we're trying to stay out of the floodplain, for one thing, right?
But you do place cell towers in floodplains. We've seen it happen numerous times.
It's my understanding that we weren't going to obtain any type of approvals for being in the floodway. So we had to shift out of it.
we'll have to ask planning, but we've seen where the tower itself is buried. It's on a pedestal. The equipment is elevated. I've not ever seen something that was placed in a floodplain that was denied.
Sorry, Commissioner. But ultimately, too, as well, we were sort of directed to this location by the property owner. This is what works best for them to have.
Well, that's what I was asking him, was
help be non-obtrusive.
Is there another
with his
location
local
on his
day-to-day.
property that he'd be happy with?
Yeah.
And again, you're bringing up location. I'm trying to clarify why that you think that this is the best place.
Well,
Why that there's not some other location on that piece of property more than 400 feet away?
And Kirk Sponsel, Deputy County Councilor. I would just like to point out one of the limitations that were imposed by state statute is we're not allowed to evaluate an application
I
based on
understand that,
the
Kirk.
availability of other potential
That's why that I
locations.
keep bringing up that I didn't bring this up, that it is up to the developer saying that this is the only location. So if they're going to testify to that, they should justify their testimony.
Thank you.
Commissioner Lopez has a question.
I have a question kind of along those lines. So cell phone towers are interesting for zoning reasons because we can't take into consideration a lot of the same things we take into consideration for other zoning cases. Because of that, I've just heard out of, the comments that have already been made, numerous things that we are not supposed to be taking into consideration. So now that they have been presented in the way that they have, are we allowed to take these things into consideration? And if so, do we get to hear the other side of those arguments too?
Kirk Sponsel, Deputy County Councilor. That's a great question, Commissioner. What I will state is there are different points of analysis in the federal standards versus the state standards. The state is obviously more detailed and more intricate with the 18 things you can't or shouldn't be considering. I will say even within the state statutes themselves, there are some distinguishments between you not being allowed to ask for certain or require certain types of information versus you not being allowed to evaluate any type of consideration. So I would say that in those instances where you're not allowed to even evaluate a certain issue or question, then no, that information should not be considered. We shouldn't be going down that rabbit hole and asking further questions and follow up on it. But if it's something wherein you're just simply not allowed to require information, if it is volunteered or presented, then I think in those situations, yes, you would arguably be able to consider it. Now, if you have a specific topic in question, I can clarify.
I guess my concern is that we are fair across both sides of this argument, and that's for all cases that we see. I want to make sure that we're hearing from the property owners, but also from, opposition. And if one side gets to make arguments that the other side doesn't get to make, or at least as I've had conversations when there are cases in the second district, I'm very specific on we cannot hear or we cannot take into consideration these 18 items. So I just want to make sure that as we're moving forward, especially on cell towers, that we are being as fair as we possibly can to both the applicant and the neighbors. And that's my concern about what I've been hearing so far, is because it's touched on numerous of those items that we've been telling individuals that we cannot consider.
If I may.
No, I'm sorry, 1 second here. Commissioner, there are two items that have been discussed at this point, at this juncture. The first would be coverage, I would say, and then the second one would be better locations.
And health.
I would clarify that the way the statute is written, first in regards to health, is that in conformance with the federal regulations, you cannot reject an application in whole or in part based on perceived or alleged environmental effects of radio frequency emissions or exposure. So that is actually fairly one-sided. You should not be considering health impacts, which I equate with environmental impacts, in a negative way towards this application. So those shouldn't be analyzed as part of your considerations. In concerns with the availability of other locations, I would recommend to you that that not be further discussed or analyzed either, because the specific language is you can't evaluate an application based on the availability of other potential locations. So that specifically indicates the evaluation process. So that shouldn't be discussed as part of your considerations. Now, as for the gap coverage, in federal law, they do specifically reference that we're not allowed to prohibit or effectively prohibit the availability or production of these wireless services. On the flip side, the state does have two subsections which do address that. Two of them indicate that you cannot require information concerning the need for the wireless support structure, the information about the design service, the customer need, or evaluate the decision, the quality of service. So those are things you cannot ask for. It goes on to say you cannot evaluate the business decisions of the applicant in regards to the last three of those items listed. Now, what I would say from that is business decisions is not referenced in regards to gap coverage. So I think you can hear out what the applicant has said in regards to gap coverage, and I think you can hear out what other people say in regards to gap coverage. Now, you can't delve into questions of business decisions. So I interpret that to mean questions of what's financially best or financially feasible for the applicant, or what their broader plans are, things of that nature. I know there are numerous facets to that. That's just what we're dealing with federal and state legislation that overlap and are vague in some areas.
Okay, thank you. I just want to make sure we're as consistent as we possibly can on both sides of these arguments, so thank you.
Very good. Victor, we paused for some questions and some discussion. If you can wrap up your testimony, we'd be happy to.
Not a problem, sir. Thank you. Basically, I don't want to go into a lot of the details, but like I said, we did provide as what we call propagation or gap coverage maps for your review. And basically what you're seeing here on the screen now is before and after.
Okay.
And it's that simple, before and after. This is what they're trying to accomplish, and improve coverage. Simple enough there. We can actually touch on more of the other things as I stand here, but I think a lot of it has to do with, what they're talking about here as a legal standpoint.
Okay.
But to let Commissioner Dennis know is that we did everything we could to work for a location that meets criteria.
Okay, appreciate your feedback. We will move into some comment now from those that would like to share on this topic. Grab a seat maybe, and we'll circle back your way. There are a number of people that have signed up. We do have two zoning cases on cell towers today, and some individuals just put cell tower on here. So if I call your name and it's for the one at 31st, I think 31st Street South, just let me know you want to wait till the next zoning case, and then we'll pass you up there. But so let's move forward. Everyone will have 5 minutes to share. I would encourage you that if someone before you had already shared on a similar topic to try, or made the same points, if we can try to keep this as concise as possible, I think it would be helpful for everyone. So first up, Don May. Good morning, Mr. May. If you can just state your name and address for the record, 5 minutes.
Before I start, I'd like to, as a former teacher, I'd like to say congratulations to the Hayesville. It always makes me feel good to hear a teacher get recognized, and especially students like the ones that just were here a little bit ago. My name is Don May, and I live at 411 Homestead Court in Colwich, which is the second house next to the property line where the cell tower is going in. Thank you, Commissioners, for your time today and letting us voice our concerns regarding the proposed cell tower placement. We greatly appreciate that. I'd like to express my opposition to the placement of the cell tower so close to our residential neighborhood by examining the zoning golden rules. Golden rule number 1 asks you to look at the zoning uses and character of the neighborhood. The character of our neighborhood is that of a wonderful family-friendly environment. Everyone takes pride in the appearance of their homes and their lawns, etc. You'll often see neighbors out chatting. It's not unlike any other neighborhood. Will the tower keep this from happening? Of course not, but it will be an eyesore, and we will have to look at that every day. It will be without doubt decrease the beauty and desirability of our neighborhood. Golden Rule number 2 states, is the zoning use suitable given surrounding zoning and site criteria? I don't believe our neighborhood is a suitable place for this cell tower to be constructed. There are plenty non-residential areas it could be placed if this tower is truly needed. The most likely future residential development will be to the east, currently farm ground of Colwich. The cell tower would also be visible to that area as well, limiting who would be wanting to buy there. Golden Rule 3, can the uses allowed in the requested district be good neighbors to existing development? This definitely does not sit well with me as being a good neighbor. They are requesting a huge cell tower being placed as close as possible, or as close as allowed to people's homes, and there are many other options that do not impact existing homeowners in the area. There's abundant research showing home property values decrease between 5 and 20%. With one that's that close to your home. The potential financial issues impact significantly more people than the one family who will financially benefit from the tower placement. Decrease in our property values is a huge concern to myself and to all of our neighbors. Golden Rule 5 discusses relative gain to the public health, safety, and welfare. We have 6 nurses in our cul-de-sac alone, and they definitely do not want to see this happen in our area. No one person in Colwich that we've talked to has poor cell service at this time. We feel this power is more of a want than a need by the company. In fact, the city of Colwich declined proposals from the same company to place the tower on city land. The city could have had financial gains, but they said no. That's a big factor that should be considered. The Colwich Zoning Committee also voted to decline this proposal because they know this is proposed in the wrong location. Golden Rule number 8 discusses the opposition of neighborhood residents. The president of our homeowners association spoke quite eloquently at the Citizens Advisory Committee meeting in Goddard in December. Unfortunately, due to his health, he is not able to speak today. Please be sure to review the number of residents in the 1,000-foot range of the tower placement who also called, wrote letters, emails, and signed the formal opposition petition against the proposal. Many are very passionate about this topic but are unable to be here today due to work responsibilities. We had a great turnout at all of the meetings. 40 out of 60 homeowners sent petitions against this tower. That's 67% of those people affected. I thank you from all of us in the Country Hills Housing Addition for your time and consideration today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. May. Any questions or comments? No. Seeing none, thank you, sir. Next up, Janelle Raggets. And forgive me if I'm mispronouncing names. It's
Raggets. Just don't call me late for dinner.
Yes, ma'am. Please let us know your name and your address for the record.
Yes, and if I may, because I am the direct closest home to the cell tower. I'm very passionate. I'm also a nurse.
You can hand them all to him and we can pass them to him. And then if you'll go back up to the mic, that'll way.
We're at the end of the cul-de-sac.
Understood.
So when you form the cul-de-sac, that is a view of what a community will look like. No, I'm sorry. So before I speak, I was given permission to speak on the behalf of Frank Solentrop, leader of our community forever. He's not able to be here today. I visited with him yesterday, and his wife Laura is here. He was the president of our homeowners association. Had this meeting not been deferred 2 previous times, there would be 15 other people here, including my husband, who's out of state on business. I would love to have been with him today, but I'm here because I'm passionate. We need a voice. And as a child, the oldest of 11 children, if we don't speak, we're not going to be heard. I have not used my voice most of my life because we were taught in church, lined up every day with veils on our head, kneeling and praying. So great is our faith. But we knew we were to be seen and not heard. So this is very difficult. I'm a caregiver. I work with 10 nurses in surgery. 4 of them are under the age of 30, are unable to conceive. There is medical proof and research now that they're finding the women carrying their cell phones in their pockets, in their scrubs, texting constantly, that this has been the latest on research. This has nothing to do with the cell tower, mind you. The cell tower will be 400 feet from my back door. I cannot turn it off. It will be there 24/7. So I cannot talk about the risks of it. I can turn my cell phone off. I can put it in the other room so I don't get brain cancer if I sleep next to it. But I've always believed I would rather have failed and got up here, spoke from my heart, than to lead a life of silent desperation. And if you so choose to put it there, Danny, I grew up with you. I've been your neighbor for 20 years. We moved here from Connecticut to get away from this. I love my neighbors. I love my community. This is my home since we moved here with my son, who we named after my father, to know his legacy. And you didn't ask. You didn't, I've always been a great neighbor. Try to keep the kids out of your parents' tree line. Those tree lines over the past 19 years were thin when we got here. Behind our house is the thinnest area of that cedar line that you have there. They have been dying, falling on each other. I have protested. My husband and I have been to every meeting, every protest, your family came to me to form a protest group. I have gifts from your family who are also opposed, and I've been told they will move if you put this tower in because they are also close, but not as close as I will be. I have direct, clear view, as you can see from that picture. I'm not an artist, but I see clearly the weeds, the farmers, the animals that come through there, the foxes and raccoons, possums. I see them all because I have such a clear view. There are no double rows of trees. What I have has not been maintained in the 19 years we have gotten there. They were dead and broken, and they continue to die. And I will continue to have better and better visibility. I will have nothing to protect me or my views from this. There is proof, realtors from 2022, that right here, National Business Post, about cell phone towers may bring in extra revenue, but increasing number of people do not want to live near cell towers. I bought my home 20 years ago from the East Coast with a picture, a sight unseen, because it was beautiful. The pictures were beautiful. Had it had a cell phone tower 400 feet from my back door, I would have never even considered that home. There is proof. I could lose up to 20% of my home values if this tower goes in. And the last thing I will say, I try to follow the rules in the wireless communication master plans of the Sedgwick County. And there is a specific clause for adjoining property owners. To the extent practical, the design and location should be changed to mitigate an adjoining property owner's reasonable and objective concerns and to increase consistency with the guidelines of the plan and the location. Unless reusing an existing pole, facilities should be located adjacent to common lines, not in front of buildings. This tower is in front of my home, directly in front with clear view from the front, from the back. That is not acceptable.
Very good.
And what Frank Solentrop said at the last meeting, and he's unable to be here because
Ma'am, we got to wrap up. I'm so sorry, but we got to move this thing forward. But thank you so much for your
there's
feedback.
wants and
insight.
there's needs.
Yes,
And
understood.
this is
Thank
one
you.
person's want against what our.
Thank you so much. Okay, next up, Scott Carter. Hello, Mr. Carter. Name and address for the record.
Thank you. Scott
Clerk,
Carter.
5 minutes.
419 Homestead Court, Colwich. We're also the second house over from the property line there. Thank you, Commissioners, for hearing. Touchy subject, I'm sure not the way you wanted to start your day, but we appreciate your hearing both sides. I want to add just a few other things and reiterate a couple things quickly. As far as the future growth of the city of Colwich, perhaps this is anecdotal, but my wife and I have lived in Colwich for about 4 years now, and we just moved to this house a year ago in January. But the number of families, young families with children, people wanting to start families who are wanting to move into town is not insignificant, and we've received 8 dozen people saying they want to move into town, and we've been looking for houses, and sometimes we found them, sometimes we haven't. And I think you probably could see it too, even if you compare the rest of the county. Well, I don't know about the rest of the county, but I think from the city, the housing market versus what it is in Colwich, Colwich has stayed pretty strong, even with the downturn recently. And so I think there is a great need that we see, that I think most of the families see here for residential property. 2 things about that. One, I think you'll hear more about the future plans, the growth development for Colwich from those more qualified than I. But as Don May said, even if there is no plans on this site per se, which I think things can change over time. Historically, they have changed over time. People change their minds to see the need there. That even if the growth is to the east of this area, that it will affect the area as well. As far as I don't have the map of the protest area. It is cut off there on the top, which I think is interesting because I assure you, the instant you turn down the street for the cul-de-sac, everyone will see the cell tower. And as Mr. May said, families are out frequently all the time. At a previous meeting, it was interesting, the homeowner had brought up the fact that much of the property is in the floodplain. When we were at the Wichita Area Planning Commission, sorry if I'm getting the name wrong, one of the commissioners said that, they get requests to rezone floodplains all the time this is for residential, properties, not specific to the cell tower. So I think there is a possibility of, expanding in that region. The last thing I want to say is, and I think I agree, the question of the legality of suggesting other sites, I understand that we are not allowed to cite another specific location legally, but I will say that a denial of this permit does not preclude the company from going out and searching for another location themselves. This is not a blanket denial of coverage. It's not blocking the coverage for the entire community by any means. It's saying that this location is not appropriate based on all of these other factors. So with that, I'd like to close and just encourage you to deny the permit, and I thank you again for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Carter. Next up, is it Sean? It's either Blade or Black. Black, okay. Sean, thanks for joining us this morning.
Thank you.
Just state your name and address for the record. Clerk will give you 5 minutes.
Good morning. My name is Sean Black. I reside at 537 Homestead Court in Colwich. I serve on the City Council in the City of Colwich, as well as the Vice President of the HOA there in the city. I come to you today to speak on behalf of not the City of Colwich, but the citizens who reside in the city, as well as my neighbors. I did want to bring up, there was a petition that went around the city with 92 signatures on it. Most all of them were Colwich residents. The internet's kind of a weird place and weird signatures pop up, but most of them, as far as I could tell, were all Colwich residents. Quick history as far as my knowledge goes with the cell tower. In December of 22, the city of Colwich received a request to put a cell tower in or near the disc golf area, which is in a floodplain. At that time, the council was not in favor due to the project location being in a floodplain, proximity to the lagoons, as well as its appearance. Just to reiterate the three main points of concern that were brought to my attention by my neighbors and some of the residents. One of them being the visual aspect of the tower. Many residents cite their distaste for the tower because it changes the view from their homes in one way or another, as well as the general landscape in the southern part of town. The second being the decrease in home values. There was an article sent to me. There was a survey done by the National Institute for Science, Law, and Public Policy that stated out of 1,000 people, 94% reported that cell towers in a neighborhood would impact their interest in a property as well as the price they'd be willing to pay. 79% said there were under no circumstance they would ever purchase or rent a property within a few blocks of a cell tower. With further research, I was able to find in a short time, stated property values could decrease anywhere from 2 to 19%. The third biggest concern is health. Most online research states that there is no clear evidence that cell towers near homes cause health issue. With that being said, most of the research is dated. As technology continues to advance, so does that risk associated with it as well. In a 2018 article from the National Association of Realtors, the American Cancer Society states, at this time there is no strong evidence that exposure to RF waves cause any noticeable health effect. However, that doesn't mean the RF waves have been proven completely safe. The expert organizations agree that more research is needed to help clarify this, especially with any long-term effects. There was a follow-up article written there that came from the National Toxicology Program, which is under the United States Department of Health and Human Services. It conducted a 2-year study on rats to examine health risks, including cancer. In short, a year later, they published that it was found to cause damage to the brain, liver, blood cells related to exposure. This was then related to cancerous tumors. Again, these are rats, not people. At the end of the day, I'm not objecting to it from a safety standpoint. I've never been one to want to step on anybody's means of living. That's not what this is. This is people who just don't want to see change and have opposition to it. History and public safety, I understand that there is definitely a need for cell phone coverage everywhere, and that cell phones as well as internet have become more of a utility than a luxury. However, I do feel that there are other options in terms of placement.
Okay, any questions or comments for Mr. Black? Yeah, Commissioner Meitzner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Black, so you are on the Colwich City Council?
Yes, sir.
And so the fact that the Colwich Planning Commission voted to deny it, did this ever come appealed in front of your city council?
Not directly. I believe there were some notes about it, but we never had any.
You never had a formal vote one way or another? Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good question. Any other questions? Mr. Black, thank you, sir. Appreciate you. Next up, Kim Kimbitz. Good morning, sir. Thanks for joining. Name and record, or name and address, please.
It is Kimbrough, 409 Homestead Court, but I am reading a letter from Amanda Ost, my immediate neighbor across the street. Her and her husband, Chris, are both nurses. They have 4 kids, 4 young kids. So she wanted this communicated, so I'm doing this for her. In the Wichita-Sedgwick County Wireless Communications Master Plan, it states that when placing cell towers, it is important to balance marketplace demands with public expectations for an orderly and attractive environment. I, like many, feel that the placement of the large 120-foot cell phone tower does not balance the demand with the expectation. In 2018, a similar cell phone tower was proposed to be placed in Riverside in Wichita. It was decided by the City Council to deny the tower because the tower did not have character of the Riverside area. I feel, and the people here feel, that this is a similar instance for our area in Colwich. People move out to Colwich for the small town feel, but still availability to be close to Wichita. People are moving here for smaller schools, nice neighborhoods, and safe areas. This tower will not fill fit the character of Colwich, just as it did not fit the neighborhood and by the houses of Riverside. We are a growing community with many families with multiple children that are here to have a country feeling. The placement of this tower not only directs impact our homes, which will be 450 feet, but will also impact the future of Colwich. If land were opened up to the east of our homes, which would also be the east of the cell phone tower, I strongly feel people would not want to live there. This is cutting off Colwich's greatest potential and most attractive area for growth to the east and south of Colwich. To see this every day takes away from a large reason that people move to Colwich. This will directly impact the growth and the availability of new home construction with high values and higher tax valuation in the area. Anytime you see a cell phone tower, they're placed along highways or within commercial districts not located 450 feet from homes. Every day, this is going to be something that we as homeowners have to look at, which will directly affect our home value and that of about 50, 60 other homeowners around us. It also states in the Wireless Communication Master Plan that in residential areas, these sites would consist of small cell facility and distributed antenna systems located in street right-of-way. It also illustrates an example of an already existing light pole. The picture looks like an emergency light above the light pole. Please, when you're making your consideration, remember the effect that this will have on our home values and the growth of our community. This area is the greatest potential growth for Colwich. People do not move to Colwich to have large cell phone towers in their backyards. That's it.
Mr. Kimbrough, thank you. Any questions or comments? Thank you, sir. Appreciate you. Next up, Dan Thurnow.
I will pass. I think most of the
Okay.
concerns I had to say.
Very good. Thank you, sir. Greg Tice.
Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you for letting me speak today. My name is Greg Tice. My residence is at 614 Homestead Drive in Colwich. I've been on the Planning Commission in Colwich for 14 years, helped to develop the comprehensive long-range plan, and I've also been a school board member for 12 years in the area. I'm not currently on the school board. I served 3 terms, and that was enough for me. So, my term ended in January. So at any rate, I'm an architect, also in a partner, Spangberg Phillips Tice Architecture. I deal with planning and zoning issues a lot. And so, being a part of the community, I also like Dan and Debbie Hemmon. Our kids grew up together. Sarah and Debbie actually helped make my daughter's wedding decorations, so I don't do this lightly. However, this is not in the best interest of our community. The Colwich City Council vetoed it twice. The Colwich Planning Commission voted against this proposal. My reasons for voting no were simple. It did not meet our long-range comprehensive plan. The perception of the health risk is detrimental to the homeowners near it. I'll get into that more later. It can be detrimental to property values of the homeowners near it, and it could deter growth of Colwich, and there is no need. I will address each of these items. First, it is detrimental to our long-range plan. Colwich has suffered from a lack of housing for the last 20 years, and we've been waiting for development. The only areas that we can grow, because that floodplain that you saw, are to the south and to the east. We can grow a little bit to the north, but really our best options are to the south and to the east. As a matter of fact, in about a month or two, you're going to get a zoning approval adjustment for a 40-unit housing development that's going to go along 167th, about a quarter mile to the south of this property area. Not close to this cell tower, wouldn't impact it, but there is some growth coming. So I could not, at one point, Colwich had the largest K-8 school. We have 4 K-8 schools in our school district. About 15, 20 years ago, we had the largest school out of the 4. Currently, it's the smallest because people like me and Dan and others, our kids have grown up, but there's no new housing available for others to move into, and we won't get out of the way. So, because we like our community. So we need to encourage whatever we can to get more housing in our area, and the area to the south and east is the best option for it. I could not vote yes for this project when this could deter the growth of Colwich, and it was not supported either by the Colwich Comprehensive Plan or MAPD's Wireless Communication Plan. The information we had in staff report when it was brought to the Planning Commission is that staff did not recommend it, and quote, that due to the height of the tower, the proximity to nearby housing, the projected development map calling for low-density residential, MAPD did not feel that the project complied with their wireless communications master plan or Colwich's comprehensive plan. For those reasons and possible detrimental visual impacts, MAPD recommended denial of the permit. So the only thing that's changed is the height. That's just one of those 4 or 5 things that I mentioned. All those other things still apply. That's why I don't know why the MAPD changed their recommendation just because it was reduced in height. Second, there is a perceived detriment to the health of homeowners. I know you can't really take that into consideration, but I would simply ask, would you want to live in a house where there is this potential risk? And do you think this perception could have a negative impact on selling your house? There's studies that, I'll go on to the next piece. Third, this could affect the property values of the residences near the cell tower. Numerous studies show that having cell towers near a house reduce property values. I know they said contrary, but all you have to do is Google it. There's Connecticut, Savannah, Georgia, and California all have documented studies that show how property values decrease. One thing I did find, though, was that this impact doesn't come into effect if you get 1,500 feet away from a cell tower. And all the health risks that they've talked about go away after 1,200 feet. The issue here is the proximity to those residences. We're 400 feet away from houses right here. And fourth, there is not a need for the cell tower in this area. So I know they said otherwise. There is some issue with regulations that you can't deny based on gap. I was on the school board in USD 267 during COVID, and we had to have remote options for our students. We did not have any gap coverage areas in this area. All of our students were able to be on school remote and didn't have to have any effect. We did have some areas near Andale, but nothing in this area did we have a gap. Fifth, this proposal does not meet the criteria for being approved. This does not meet rules 2, 3, 5, 6, and 8 of the golden rules given to district advisory boards. I think Don May already went through that. I'm not going to go through them, but I would say that, oftentimes projects come up to a board for approval, and a homeowner doesn't understand what can be done next to it. But in this case, you're being asked to change what can be next to it. So there is merit for not approving this. And administrative adjustments, they are also done administratively and don't have to be just carte blanche approved. They do still have to meet the merits of need, and they also have to show that they're not impacting others as well. So that's kind
Thank
of
you,
adjustment.
Mr. Tice. Thank you for that testimony. Any questions or comments for Mr. Tice? Okay, seeing none.
Thanks.
That was the last individual that I can see that had signed up for this specific zoning case. Is there anyone else that had signed up that I may have misinterpreted you as the other zoning case? Okay, thank you. I want to bring discussion back to the bench so that we could, if you have any questions specifically for the applicant, if we have questions specifically for the applicant, I think we can just ask them directly versus a response, unless you'd like to issue a response to some of the things. You would just have to come over to the, okay.
Commissioners and Chairman, I just want to say that we are sympathetic to the concerns of the residents, and we understand where they're coming from. There's been a lot of talk today about reasons. I just want to remind, and I know the Commission's aware, that under the state statute as well as the federal statute, any denial must be based on substantial evidence. It can't be based on hypothetical conjecture, internet searches, things like that. I also want to point out that denial cannot be based on neighborhood opposition alone. Again, you must point to some type of substantial evidence. I want to the Commission is correct. Health and safety cannot be considered under 66 2019 F, as well as 47 U.S. C 332. One of the, and then I want to talk briefly just about the aesthetic appeal that's been brought up. One of the speakers rightly mentioned that this area is growing. Development is slated to happen to a direction of the land plot. That development's going to need cell coverage. Those individuals are going to need, the need for cell coverage is only going to increase. Think about when you go to a ball game and you can't have cell coverage because there's too much burden on the network. There was a photo that was shown. I just want to briefly touch on that. I haven't seen that photo. I would encourage the commission to look at the drawings that are scaled and have been provided pursuant to the proper procedures in the materials. And then a discussion has been about other feasible location, setting aside the federal statute on effective prohibition. Under Mr. Wagner is correct. Under the state statute, you cannot evaluate an application based on the availability of other locations. And that's 66-2019 F3. That also applies to any considerations of co-location, so stacking another tower on top of another tower or attaching a piece to an existing tower. Okay.
In regards to that, go ahead.
Okay. I'm about to see the forest. Is there anything you need to say?
Oh, okay.
I'm going to pass just briefly to my colleague.
Victor McAllister again, thank you very much. Just to, real quickly, I know that like we've all talked about the growth area and the growth pattern. It's my understanding that directly across the street is 80 acres more or less that's slated for residential development. Okay, that's one thing. And I heard obviously more development down there. Something that to keep in mind too is there is 2 broadcast towers just on the opposite side of that land. So there is communication type facilities, towers in the area. Okay. I didn't get a chance to, at the GAB to actually look at that picture, but I was curious in regards to the scaling of it out the back window. I mean, 450 foot away, you know, it's hard to gauge without seeing the scaling on what was used. Yeah.
Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That was not on the scale. I'm sorry.
Yeah, sure. Understood.
Yeah.
Understood.
Scale.
Okay, we'll bring the discussion back to the bench. Appreciate all the feedback and insight. I'll start us off with a couple questions. Kurt. So there's been just some conversations around locations. By statute, we can't discuss or recommend a change of location. Can you confirm that the only thing we can look at is the location in this application, correct?
Kirk Sponson, Deputy County Councilor. Yes, that is correct. You can't look at the feasibility or better alternative locations. What you are analyzing today is the specific site in question.
The location in this application. Okay. Second question, there's been a reference of administrative approval. Can you give any clarity as to what administrative approval is and what that looks like?
Yes, certainly. There are different levels of approval for cell towers within our Unified Zoning Code. There are some capabilities to approve cell towers by right. There are certain limitations included therein and certain height restrictions, but there are some allowances for some approvals by right. There are also some approval opportunities through administrative permit applications, and then the last would be through conditional use applications. Obviously, you have the conditional use in front of you. An administrative permit application, there are certain requirements and restrictions. It does have to be reviewed by the Metropolitan Area Planning Department. There are certain factors involved in that analysis that the application would have to meet in order to be approved. Certain height restrictions as well. But I would just say that for the case at hand in front of you for today, they had not filed an application for an administrative permit.
Okay. So the application we're looking at today does not contain an application for administrative approval?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, other questions or comments? Commissioner Howe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate all the testimony provided this morning. Don't get ahead of me, because I'm going to talk about my perspective on some of the stuff that's been shared this morning, but I might surprise you with where I'm going to end up here. It wasn't talked today a little bit about the differences between ionizing and non-ionizing radio frequency radiation. There is a difference. In my private sector experience, I used to set up and tune, and I've said this before, if you've listened to me in the past, you probably already know the story. I used to set up and tune telemetry equipment between airplanes and the ground to do flight testing. That was one of my jobs, and I was certified by the FCC to do that. And we radiated around 20 watts, very similar to these cell phone towers. I understand that the tower here is supposed to be basically a 10-watt tower. Is that correct? About a 10-watt tower. So again, I'll just say that's fairly low. I used to have to work within literally inches of the equipment that I had to tune and set up. But having said that, I'm a firm believer that the non-ionizing radiation, unless it heats the human flesh, it's much like a microwave might. Okay, if you warm up your dinner, it can actually vibrate the water molecules in there and actually create friction and heat up tissue, and that can happen. But beyond that, it doesn't seem to have much of an effect, and that's my personal experience. But having said that, this reminds me of a similar case. I'm not going to reflect on it too much, but I do think some of the arguments that have been brought up this morning are very similar to what we heard before. And I think that there is a valid concern. I'll just share that I think the character of the neighborhood is a concern. And I'm a little bit bothered that this will change the character of the neighborhood. I do believe you provided some reasonable evidence on property value concerns. That'll only be borne out in time. Nobody really knows whether or not that's going to have the effect or not, but it could. I can tell you that I would not want this in my backyard, so I can see how that would be a concern. I do believe there is significant opposition around this tower. I think that is something we should consider. There is a perceived, and I think that Kim and Greg, I think, did a good job. Did I have those names correct? They did a good job explaining, the perceived detrimental health effects that could happen to live right next to this tower, whether it's valid or not. I understand that the state law says on number 15, let me just read it, or 14, it says, in conformance with 47 U.S.C. Section 332, C7B4, reject an application in whole or in part based on perceived or alleged environmental effects of radio frequency emissions or exposure. That's an interpretation, actually, of what that 47 U.S.C. says. And I've said this before, I don't think it's as clear as people think it is. If you don't mind, I'll read you very quickly what it does say. This is actually out of the USC code. It says, no state or local government or instrumentality thereof may regulate the placement, construction, and modification of personal wireless service facilities on the basis of the environmental effects of radio frequency emissions to the extent that such facilities comply with the Commission's regulations concerning such emissions. It talks about environmental effects. It doesn't necessarily say health. And I would argue that there's a lot of folks out there that are convinced there's no health effects. There's some folks out there that believe there is health effects. I think it's something maybe science will resolve that conflict at some point in the future. But right now, I don't know that it's actually been resolved. So I can tell you that if you are a believer that this is going to impact your health and you don't want to live right next to this is going to change your quality of life. And I think we have a responsibility to at least understand that perspective, whether we personally agree with it. Again, personally, I don't have a concern personally, but I understand your perspective, and I think it's valid. So let me validate how you feel. And I do believe that someone said we're changing the use of this land, that had these folks know this tower is going to be there, or had the tower been there before they moved there, they might have made different decisions. And so with that, I'm actually probably leaning towards denial. I'll just say that. And if the state law says that I can't vote no, then don't bring it to me. I have the right to vote no if I want to. If I have reasons, and I've given you plenty of reasons. I think aesthetics is a concern. Character of the neighborhood is a concern. Opposition is a concern. Health, although everybody wants to reject the idea, I think it is a concern. I'll just say that, whether it's it's not the only reason. It is a reason. And I just say right now, I would probably make a motion to deny in a few minutes unless the conversation convinces me otherwise. Thank you, Chairman.
Kirk Spons, Deputy County Councilor. I know I iterated this earlier. I would reiterate this. Commissioner Howell did read the relevant portion of the state statute, which indicated that we can't reject in whole or in part based on perceived or alleged environmental effects of radio frequency. I would reiterate, I've previously done analysis. I've previously provided legal guidance that based on my interpretation of other laws and regulations, that health would be considered an environmental effect. And as such, I would recommend you do not consider health as part of any determinations you make if it were for the rejection or partial rejection of the application.
Okay. Thank you. Other questions or comments? Commissioner Dennis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. First of all, I got a lot of people that I need to thank. Cell towers are something that comes to us very frequently, and they're always contentious. I want to thank the public they came to the Citizens Advisory Board. They've attended in groups today. We appreciate your interest in your community. I also want to thank our legal staff because they educate us on what we can and can't do and give us great legal advice, and I understand that. Our planning staff does a fantastic job of going through this process and getting us to this place. I do want to thank the landowner, and I understand your serious concern about your property and how that you can continue to have it in your family for years to come. I own a quarter section of land that's been in my family for 100 years. I'm the steward of that today. I hope it's still in my family 100 years from now. So you're always looking for ways that you can protect that farm so that you can make sure that it's around for your kids and their kids beyond that. But I do have some serious concerns about this, as I always have, because there are so many things that our legal staff and our planning staff tells us what we can and can't do. And the attorneys today have told us the same exact thing. But I have concern about this process. I want to make a couple statements before I make any kind of motion on this. And I'd like to read some proposed findings into the record to accompany my motion that would focus on the golden factors and other relevant considerations. First of all, character of the neighborhood, zoning, and uses of the property nearby. This cell tower is located extremely close to the city limits of Colwich, the southern portion of which includes a subdivision full of single-family dwellings. The proposed tower location is approximately 450 feet south of the nearest residence. The property to the east is also single-family residential in the city limits of Colwich. Given the close proximity to an existing Colwich subdivision, the character of the residential neighborhood should be considered. Also, pursuant to the Colwich Comprehensive Plan, the site is identified as appropriate for low-density single-family residential development. As a result, if approved, the proposed commercial use of a wireless communication facility will be inconsistent with the existing and planned residential character of the area. The suitability of the subject property for the uses to which it has been restricted. The property is presently zoned rural residential and could continue with agriculture use. The owner, in their presentation to the Colwich Planning Commission, indicated that running cattle on the land is an alternative plan in the event the present application is denied. The extent to the removal of restrictions will detrimentally affect nearby properties. The length of time the subject property has remained vacant as zoned. The subject property has historically been used for agricultural purposes and can continue to be used as such. Relative gain to the public health and safety and welfare. Emphasizing the aesthetics of the cell tower in sight of a large structure would have an adverse impact on the public well-being. As previously described by numerous members of the community, the presence of the cell tower would have an adverse visual impact and limit the enjoyment of their own properties. This would be a net loss to the welfare of the public. Loss in value hardship. The owner would lose some income associated with the denial of the application. However, the land can continue to be used for agricultural purposes and has also been identified as a part of the Colwich's urban growth area and appropriate for a low-density, single-family residential development. Approval of this zone change would result in a net loss to the general public welfare. Furthermore, the detriment to the public is not outweighed by hardship to the applicant, as there are potential alternative uses available for the property. The recommendation of the planning staff. The MAPD staff recommended denial of this application based on the analysis of the golden factors. I am incorporating their analysis into my own, as the change in height hasn't materially impacted any of the previous staff golden factors analysis beyond the application now being consistent with the wireless communication master plan. The conformance of the requested change to the comprehensive plan or other policies being utilized by the county. The requested conditional use is not in conformance with the City of Colwich's 2017 Future Community Growth Partners Map and is not in conformance with the Wichita-Sedgwick County Comprehensive Plan. Neighborhood oppositions. The neighborhood residents are strongly opposed to the proposed use, as indicated by the numerous protest petitions filed in this manner, both within and outside of the notice area. In addition, they have been present at prior Colwich Planning Commission and MAPC meetings to voice their concerns and oppositions. So, after weighing all of the golden factors and making the findings as I have described, I move that the board overrides the recommendation of the MAPC and denies the requested zone change, sign a resolution to this effect, authorize MAPD to send the applicant a letter indicating our basis for denial, and authorize the resolution to be published. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's my motion.
I'll second the motion. Any other questions or comments? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Meitzner.
Aye.
Commissioner Dennis.
Aye.
Commissioner Howell.
Aye.
Commissioner Lopez.
Aye.
Chairman Beatty.
Aye. The motion to deny the conditional use request and override the recommendation of MAPC has passed. Yeah, I think it's probably appropriate to take a break. Why don't we take a 10-minute break before we hear the next zoning case?
single-family residential district, generally located 1/2 mile west of South Maze Road on the south side of West 31st Street South.
Okay, hello, Scott.
Good morning. Scott Wadle from the Planning Department. As you heard, this is an application for a conditional use in order to allow for a wireless communication tower. This item is being heard because the Citizen Advisory Board and the Planning Commission, Wichita-Sedgwick County Planning Commission, recommendations are different. In terms of the request, as you heard, the applicant has indicated they're requesting the conditional use in order to allow for a 140-foot tall monopole tower to be built on the property. In terms of the property, it's generally located south of 31st Street and west of Maze Road, and you can see it here on the aerial. Subject site is 6.38 acres in size. It's zoned SF20, single-family residential district, and is currently undeveloped. In addition, the site is located within the Wichita urban growth area, as shown on the comprehensive plan. In terms of context, properties to the north and east are zoned IP, Industrial Park District, and are undeveloped. Properties directly to the south and west are owned by the applicant, zoned SF20, and developed with a single-family residence. Property to the west of that is zoned SF20, single-family residential, and developed with a single-family residence. The applicant submitted a site plan indicating that the tower is approximately 154 feet from the nearest property line and therefore the proposed 140-foot tower meets the compatibility height standards. In terms of the staff report provides additional information about the wireless communications master plan, the leased area and access to that site, screening, and the Kansas statutes, which were talked about quite a bit. And the last one with the prohibitions on what you can and cannot consider. In terms of review, on November 30th, the Planning Commission, Wichita-Sedgwick County Planning Commission, held a public hearing, considered the application. One member of the public spoke against the proposal. The speaker was concerned with the negative visual impacts to his neighboring residential property and possible impacts to property values. The Planning Commission recommended approval of the request subject to the conditions listed in the staff report, and the vote to approve it was 12-0. On January 2nd, the Citizen Advisory Board considered this application. One member of the public spoke in opposition at that meeting, again with the same concerns, but also with concerns about possible flooding concerns to his property. The action of the CAB was to recommend denial by an 8-3 vote based off of potential harm to neighboring properties. No protest petitions were received against the application. So in terms of commission action, the recommendation from the Wichita-Sedgwick County Planning Commission is that the board would adopt the findings of the Planning Commission, approve the conditional use request, authorize the chairman to sign the resolution, and authorize the resolution to be published. As always, you have the following alternatives. You can override the Planning Commission recommendation, make alternative findings, and deny the application. That would require 4 of 5 votes. Or, as always, you can return the case to the Planning Commission for additional consideration with a statement specifying why and the failure to approve or deny the application, and that requires just a simple majority. So with that, I'll take you through some of the photos and graphics. As you can see here, here's an aerial of the site. The particular site for this tower is outlined in red. You'll notice the pink kind of dashed lines. Those are actually the boundary between the city of Wichita and unincorporated Sedgwick County. So this is an island of unincorporated land surrounded by city of Wichita land. This is the zoning map. You can see the industrial, which is shown in purple. You can see SF20, which is kind of that tannish peach color there. This is from the comprehensive plan. It's kind of zoomed in, kind of close, but what it shows is that a residential/employment mix is recommended in this area. These are graphics that were submitted as part of the application. So this shows the proposed tower site, how they would access it as well. An illustration of the tower. And then this is the graphic showing the protest area. Again, no protests were submitted on this application. And I would point out that this one is larger than the other one because this application area was for the entire property owned by the applicant. So here's photos of the site and surrounding area. And with that, I'll stand for any questions.
Okay, any questions for Scott? Seeing none right now, stay close. Yeah, thank you. Is the applicant here? Oh, there. Hi, Victor. Okay, Courtney and Victor, welcome back.
Yeah, thank you. I'll be brief because I think a lot of the comments I have, the commission and the chairman have already heard. But I do want to state the landlord for this parcel of land was unable to be here this morning due to another commitment, but he wanted me to stress his support and approval for the tower. I won't repeat my intro comments, but just remind the commission of the need for cell service, especially in this day and age, from just a convenience perspective as well as a safety and an emergency perspective. This tower has been lowered to 120 feet. Its initial application was for 140. Again, we have done this to do our very best to be responsive to the community concerns. And 120 feet is as low as can be done to still provide a gap in coverage. And this subjects this to administrative approval as the commission I've already discussed, so I won't repeat myself there. Here's a citation in your materials regarding administrative approvals. I'll briefly go through the conditional use criteria. Again, we stress that the commission does not even need to reach this because of administrative approval, but if the commission so chooses to go through them, we also satisfy these. I'll leave the location to to any questions or to my colleague. So this benefit to the community slide, this is to summarize and to be brief, is factors A through E, as well as factor G of the conditional use considerations. We've discussed cell service this day and age is absolutely essential for everyday life, as well as in the unfortunate event that you need to access emergency services. There is no data on the impact on property values, as I've discussed. In fact, there is some data that suggests otherwise, that it may improve. And then this lowered height, again, mitigates and reduces the impact of the cell tower. To be frank, we've bent over backwards to repeat these designs and have our engineers do everything they can to make this tower as low as possible while still providing the gap in coverage. This parcel of land is also surrounded by land that's planned to be developed. So the need for cell service and this gap in coverage is only going to become exacerbated as this development occurs. Factor F, again, we satisfy factor F under the administrative approval provisions. And again, we're sensitive to the position of the neighborhood. Again, the commission cannot simply deny an application just because of opposition. Under both state and federal statute, there must be substantial evidence to deny an application based on non-compliance with ordinances. And then a consideration of the recommendations. This was considered a recommended approval at the higher height. We unilaterally went through to try to lower it, again, to bend over backwards to do our best to make this the least intrusive as possible while providing reliable cell coverage. And then I've discussed effective prohibition. I'll just remind the commission, this is a federal statute. Even if you don't consider administrative approval, which we consider we stress this qualifies for, and even if you find that the conditional factors are not met, it's a violation of federal law to deny an approval of a cell tower if there's a significant gap in coverage and alternative sites are unavailable. My colleague has nothing to add, so if you have any questions, if not, we'll take our seats.
Okay. Let's pause for a second. I want to make sure that we can disclose any ex parte communication before we get into any questions. So, Commissioner Meitzer, any?
I recall that I think I had just one or two emails from a nearby citizen, but other than that, I've had no communication and remain an open mind.
Commissioner Dennis?
I can only recall one email from a citizen, and that was some time back.
As for me, I have had no ex parte communication.
I've had a couple of conversations and a couple of emails, but I've kept an open mind coming into today.
I don't remember any emails, and I haven't had any conversations. Thank you.
Okay. With that being said, any questions or comments for Victor or Courtney? Seeing none right now, hang tight, and we will circle back. Justin?
Thank you, Chairman. Justin Widener, County Councilor. I wanted to provide a couple clarifying comments for the benefit of the board, some background information. This particular application that's in front of you, where it's slightly different than the last case you heard, during that case, the applicant applied for 195 feet, and at the Planning Commission meeting, contemplated lowering it to 120 feet, and that was the recommendation coming from the Planning Commission. In this case, the application was at 140 feet. That's the recommendation coming from the Planning Commission. The discussion of 120 feet did not come up until shortly before today's meeting, talking with legal counsel for the applicant. So this is slightly different. This was not ever considered by the Planning Commission at 120 feet. I will note that you can approve a conditional use permit at 120 feet. You can go lower than the 140 that was applied for, but I wanted to explain that. Also, it's very similar to the case before in that this is not in front of you as an administrative permit request. They went through the conditional use process. That's what's in front of you today. Let me know if you have any further questions on that, though.
Okay, very good. Questions for Justin? Seeing none. Okay, why don't we, I believe we have one person that has signed up to speak on this specific zoning application. So Ed Edison? I think I can still say good morning. Yeah, good morning, Mr. Edison. If you can just state your name and your address for the record, we'll give you 5 minutes.
Name is Ed Edison, and address is 11201 West 31st East South. It's right next door. The reason why you didn't have any protests, it's me. I mean, so what I need to get a protest committee for, and also the thing about it is that I'm the only citizen there that can really say anything about it. The other thing is that this tower, it's 500 feet from my house. I don't know if these guys do not consider the people that are living there, but I live there, and when we built this or moved to this house had been foreclosed and empty for 2 years. We took it and redeveloped the whole land and made this a property that my taxes are through the roof on that place because how much we have developed that area. And with this coming in there, I know they say that it's not going to cut down on property value. It does. I talked to my real estate agent, and because we had considered when we had this application, we didn't know anything about it till we were told by the MAPC, and then we found out they were going to put in the tower. We considered moving. For me, myself, cancer runs in my family like wildfire, and I do not want to be around anything like that. And the attorneys always complain that there's a lack of service. I've lived out there for 12 years. There is no lack of service. My wife is a PA, and she's on the horn all the time or on the computer. I'm got my own business. I'm on the computer all the time. We're always sitting there and we're working off of that. As far as the land, if you see it in that picture that was there, it's open. I mean, there's 2 sections of land. There's nothing there, but yet they want to put it 500 feet from my house. That doesn't make sense to me. It really doesn't. And I know that the landowner has the right to make money off of it, but if it makes money off of at the detriment of another citizen, I don't think that's right. I think that it's still the people. I mean, you guys are there. You're voted in, and you're there because we're the ones that vote for you. And I've sent letters to all of you. I don't know if you got them or sent emails to you. I don't know if you got them or not, but I did send them out. And those letters, one of the things that my son is a police officer, my daughter is in the medical field, my wife's in the medical field. We are servants of the public, and everything we do with that. I'm a wrestling coach for one, and I coach high school wrestling. And everything I do and everything my wife and my family do is to serve the public. Well, in this case, it looks like we're not being served here. It looks like that we're just subject to whatever comes. And I just don't think that that's right. The other thing I was talking about is the Citizen Advisory Board. Whenever we went down there, because we did lose it to the MAPC, and then we went to the Citizen Advisory Board, and they voted 8-3 because I am the guy that lives 500 feet away. And I'm just going to just say it like it is. With my son being in the law enforcement, we live in a country now that it could turn south at any time. And with that cell tower being 130 feet off the land, off the street, I mean, if it does blow up, I'm gonna get killed too, because I'm only 500 feet away. So I do not want that thing close to me. And the other thing is, everybody talks about you can't talk about the health risk. Well, you know, they didn't talk about cigarettes either. And then all of a sudden, after so many people died from it, then they start banning them in airplanes, government offices, buildings, I mean, everywhere. That's because the research wasn't there. I myself does not want to be a research rat and be right there living beside that thing, and then one day you come back and say, oh, sorry, we didn't realize that it caused cancer. Well, yeah, I'm dying now. So I don't think that's right. And my grandkids, you know, everybody talked in here about their having land and it's following through their family. Well, we've got 5 acres of there, and we really love our 5 acres. And we're sitting in the middle of 2 sections of land with just farming around it, because I came from a farming community, and I like having that there, and I do not really want to have to look out, because if I look out my, I guess the east door, cell tower sitting right there. 500 feet is not that far away from your house. And I asked the same thing of the people at the advisory board, would they want that thing sitting 500 feet from their house? And they wouldn't. People do not want that. I understand that science and technology is going to expand, but there's going to be another way of doing that before long, and I'm sure it's not going to be cell towers. So at that point, do I have to live through that? I think that I beg of you guys to consider this, because just like in the last case, consider us the people.
Mr. Edison, thank you. Hold tight real quick. There might be a few questions. Commissioner Dennis.
Thank you. And thanks for being here today. I do recall your email. You invited me out to your place to see it. Yep. I did not take you up on your invitation because I have to keep an open mind as we go through these deliberations, and I don't ever want to look like I'm biased on that. So I just wanted to let you know I did read your email. I recall it, and I appreciate you being here today. Thanks,
I appreciate it.
Other questions for Mr. Edison? Okay. Seeing none?
I have one.
Oh, go ahead, Commissioner Howe.
I'm just curious, can you please explain once again, why did you not submit a formal protest?
Because I'd already submitted whenever I went down and protested at the advisory board and protested at the MAPC.
I understand you appeared in person, but you did not submit paperwork to say you were protesting when you had the opportunity?
Well, I probably had the opportunity, but there's only me. I mean, I can understand if I'm going to have to go get a bunch of people and talk to and get a protest against it. I'm protesting it. I talked to my county commissioner, and she knew my views on it. And even talking with the advisory board, they knew what I thought. So,
okay. All right, thank you.
Very good. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Commissioner Lopez. Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you. Ed, thank you for being here today. I don't know if sorry. Thank you for coming today. I appreciate you taking the time. I'm kind of along the lines of the protest, and you'll have to jog my memory a little bit on this too, because can you explain, when this first started happening, there was some confusion on dates and times, and I think that played into that, but I can't remember the details of it. Will you just explain that so the rest of the board is aware?
When the thing first came out, they gave me the wrong date, for one. I showed up down there at the MAPCD, and I was waiting there for the case to come up. They told me, you got the wrong date. I go, no, you don't. No, I don't. And I had the paperwork showing that I was there at the right date. They had moved it without advising me. And they said, well, we advised everybody, but you didn't advise everybody. And even this meeting that's going on right now, we were set up for I think the 20th of January or something like that. I can't remember the exact date. And then they moved it because I think the Victor had to work on getting their stuff together. Well, I could have not been here too. My granddaughter's getting heart surgery right now, and I'm here. That's how important this is, because I wanted to be here to fight for their rights and my rights. And I just figured, I'm just going to go ahead and put everything out there in the line and see what happens from there. But yes, it was. This has been a mess for this whole thing.
I just, thank you for explaining that. I just wanted the board to hear that there was some confusion on dates and that sort of thing leading up to this. And so from my memory, that was a part of the protest issues, but okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good to know. Now we can hear back from the applicant's agent if you'd like to respond.
I appreciate everyone's patience. I just have two brief comments, and then my colleague has one comment. I'd just like to remind the commissioners and the chairman of what we can and cannot consider in this application. I know it's been discussed at length today, and I won't repeat it, but I will just put that reminder out there. And then there was mention of a fire or explosive risk. There's been no data that shows that these towers have any kind of explosive nature or are likely to explode or catch fire. With that being said, I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Victor. We might need to pull up.
Victor McAllister, and to Commissioner Lopez, you're absolutely right. There was some date confusion. I received the same correspondence. I received this wrong date as well. I was sick. I actually drove up here for that hearing. Come to find out there was some staff corrections or something like that, which actually pushed it to the next week. So initially, the agenda date that we showed up to was just a confusion from staff. Don't know what the reason was, but it was corrected. The Citizens Advisory Board, we did come up for that, but originally staff didn't have a consent for the Citizens Advisory Board to be part of the process. Then it was added after the fact. So, which is fine, brings us here today. So, but anyhow, I do have a couple of things I did want to bring up. And as like I said, when we're looking around, we look at property that is developable for such items. We work with staff with the conditions and so forth in order to come up with a viable opportunity. The area around it, can we sling up that planning and zoning map again? Yeah, I think it was on.
So this is the other presentation.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. That's fine. I was just going to show the P&Z map. And basically what I wanted to reiterate there is when we are looking around, we're looking at areas that can be developed. So the thing is, if we look at, like I said, all of this area to the east is, we reached out to that property owner, and we did. They weren't interested in talking to us because we're proposing a cell tower in the middle of their future development, which is being developed for industrial uses. They didn't want to hinder their property. Okay, move on. So that's what we did. So we did look at other opportunities. Okay, and then like I said, you got the same thing. You got a couple of families that own larger tracts. We're looking at a residential use on the west side. Ultimately, same thing. If you're looking at tracting out houses, we're back to the same argument, right? The architect would have to work around the criteria of a tower. And then, of course, like I said, we've done everything we can that we can think of. I'll stand for any questions.
Okay. Any specific questions for the applicant's agent? I have a few. You can grab a seat. I'm going to have some questions for legal counsel. Justin, as with the last zoning case, the conversation around location of the cell tower on the land is something that by statute we're not supposed to consider. We can only consider the location that is in this application. That's correct?
Chairman, that's correct. And I would ask if maybe Scott could address, I think in this particular case, there's the map that shows the application area. I believe the application area was only the small square within the parcel and not the whole parcel, but it might be good to clarify that for the board first.
Yeah, thank you for that opportunity. Yes, and looking at this, we've got a protest map that is showing the whole parcel, but when I look this up on GIS in terms of what the actual application area, it is in fact showing that it's only the small area where they would lease the cell tower. So hopefully that's helpful in terms of the clarification.
Okay.
All right, and Chairman, I was going to build on that just briefly to say that the board's not to evaluate the application based on alternative locations that may be
Based on
considered
alternative
preferable locations or things along those lines.
Very good. Second question is is this been platted to the, forgive me, to the east? Is this platted? Is this perceived to be residential development coming to here, or?
So I'm going to try and bring up that map. Let's see here. So you can see the yellow outlines to the east. It is showing that that is the Skyway West 5th edition. And given the zoning, I believe that that's laid out for industrial development.
Industrial development, okay. Okay, thanks for that clarification. Last question I have, we hear a lot about coverage. Who is the authority in determining whether there is or isn't a gap in coverage?
Are you asking at this level or?
I think it comes up frequently. We have those from the public many times that say my coverage is fine, but we have applicants that say, no, there's a gap in coverage. Who is the determining factor of authority there?
In terms of right now, I think that the board is prohibited from evaluating the application based on business needs. I think there's been information submitted by the applicant in today's meeting as to where their coverage exists. But ultimately, those determinations often play out in legal disputes, if you're asking as to who makes those determinations. At this point, I don't think that the Planning Commission and staff have evaluated the need for cell coverage or not in this particular case. I don't believe there's been specific information provided on that.
Okay, that's all the questions I have for now. Commissioner Howe?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've got a couple questions, I think, for staff. So the last case we had was zoned rural residential, I believe. This one, the little piece that's tan colored, at least on my page here, is Sedgwick County, and that's zoned SF20.
SF20, that's correct, sir.
And the purple area around that, to the north, to the east, to the south, and to the west, that is industrial, correct?
That is correct, yes, sir.
What kind of things can go into an industrial area? Can you remind me of that?
Industrial uses, in terms of businesses, manufacturing would be eligible uses in that area. JR, I don't know if there's anything more specific you want to add?
Industrial park.
Essentially industrial park.
I mean, if someone wanted to add some type of manufacturing to the north or to the east, for example.
That's correct.
Actually, the gentleman that spoke a few minutes ago, his residence, I know this is confusing because it looks like that's one parcel. It's not. His parcel is that one to the west of that tan section, correct?
That is correct, yes, sir.
Okay, so if someone wanted to put something on that purple section near his home, they could do that as long as it met the criteria of industrial park.
That is correct. The one caveat that I would add is that there's a protective overlay on it, but so there would probably be things that are prohibited that otherwise would be allowed in industrial park. But overall, I think the takeaway is that yes, industrial uses could occur next to them.
Has this zoning been in place is this the original zoning when the county did it, county-wide zoning? Is this the way it was zoned back in the day, or is this changed somehow?
I do not believe that it is, sir, but I don't have any facts to verify that. But I believe that this was part of a larger push for industrial space, probably 10 years ago, somewhere in that time frame.
Okay, I'm not sure which page number to use, but in the backup material, you provided a letter from someone named Michael Thome regarding the height of the tower, and they said that there was nearby a church steeple that had to be lowered because of concerns from the airport authority. Can you please speak to that?
I cannot speak to that one specifically, sir, but I do believe as part of their application, the applicant did include information about compliance with FAA regulations in terms of tower height.
Okay. All right. And then to the Citizen Advisory Board, did they articulate? I read the material in the book. I'm not seeing that they actually articulated the rationale for a motion to deny. Did they provide that to some other? I mean, am I missing that somewhere? They just made a motion to approve. We didn't get a second, and then they made a motion to deny. It was seconded and voted. And it passed. think with wherever it's at here, I believe it passed 8-3. The motion to deny was passed 8-3 by the Citizens Advisory Board, but they don't articulate in here that I can see the rationale as to why they made that recommendation.
In terms of a question, as I look at it, sir, I do not see that provided.
Commissioner Lopez, you were at that meeting. Do you recall any reasons that they articulated as to why they would make a motion to deny?
Yes, it was based off aesthetics and also that it was only in the partial compliance of the Wichita-Sedgwick County Comprehensive Plan and the Wireless Communications Plan. Those were the two that they talked about and discussed.
I'll just say, the proximity to the industrial park, to me, this is not the same as a residential cul-de-sac. There is a difference. To me, the aesthetics is not a compelling argument in this case. The opposition, and I apologize, there's only one gentleman that spoke in opposition. However, the other situation, it was closer to the neighborhood. It was a lot of opposition, if you will. And there is a degree comparison I would argue for. I'm looking at a map of where this would go in terms of residential. I'm not sure these are existing homes or platted for homes, but there are homes in three different directions from this location. This is almost centrally located between three areas of neighborhood that apparently is at least platted, if not already constructed. I don't know where else to put a cell tower. Again, I'm not arguing for location. I have no opinion because we're not supposed to think about it, but if I was going to pick a spot, I'd pick a spot between three neighborhoods that's out in the middle of nowhere near an industrial park. That sounds like a logical thing to do. So unlike the other case, I'm inclined to support MAPC in this case. I would see if there's a motion and any other discussion might change my opinion. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Yeah, Justin.
And Chairman, if I may also make a clarifying comment on something I said earlier, if the will of any commissioner would be to make a motion on this to approve this at 120 feet, that would be separate from the recommendation of the Planning Commission. That would need to override their recommendation and carry 4 votes. I would just point that out for any motion, if there would be one made. If the recommendation from the Planning Commission is 140 feet, that would only require 3 votes. So I did want to clarify that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. Commissioner Meinzer.
Scott, can you clarify something? So is this location, did you say in the beginning of your presentation, is this in the city of Wichita's area of influence, or is there no area of influence at all?
Great question. So here's the situation is that for some of the smaller cities in Sedgwick County, they are granted an urban area of influence as part of the zoning code.
Okay.
The situation between Wichita and Sedgwick County is a little bit unique because they have a joint planning commission. So in that case, in that situation, the city of Wichita does not have an urban area of influence because they have 7 members who sit on the planning commission. But excellent question.
Okay, so this does not have to come in front of the City of Wichita City Council?
It does not, no, sir.
Because it's technically in the county address or the unincorporated area? Okay. If I can bear with me, I wanted to say this on the last case, but I didn't in the essence of time and respect. But in this case, MAPC was a 12-0 vote. I know the CAB had a divided vote of 8-3, but when I was at the city, the district advisory boards also have. It's not unusual that the final vote could be different from a CAB or a district advisory board at the city, and the fact that no protests were filed other than Mr. Edison, I appreciate your message, and you've articulated very well how your feelings are. I also question when it bothers me a little bit when people jump to conclusion about the valuation of their residents' home values, because I'm very familiar with the development the last 10 years. A lot out east and northeast in the district that I cover. And there's numerous cases of, well, there's one case even where very large electric lines, towers bigger than one pole, multiple, go right through a country club. And those houses right next to it and in that area are growing in price value, and the real estate agents, they don't have any say-so that says, hey, they can't live here because of electric powers are coming right through there. And I've seen that with, when the addition of Top Golf with monstrous netting, there's still prices and developments going on everywhere. So my wife and I, our first house, we had vacant land behind us, and then it got zoned for whatever else, and we chose at the time just to move. So and those houses still are growing in value. So I respect when everybody says my value of my home is going to be detrimental, but I don't buy into that 100% because I don't see it, and actually I've experienced if the market dictates a value growth, then it happens on its own, regardless of the structures that are around there. So with that, I really respect, and the other final thing I want to say is the population in the unincorporated area of Sedgwick County will be decreasing. Our Sedgwick County population is growing overall, but it's because of the great efforts of the Derbys and the Bel Airs and the Colwiches and the MAIZEs that are growing. So we will continue to see growth in our county population based on the great expansion of all of the cities and their efforts, including in that is there, as we've said before, this area of influence. So I'm very hesitant to obstruct, in the past case, the Colwich weighing in to come in and go against what Colwich had felt. And so with that, this case is different, but I just want to be more on the record that I do respect all of the city's growth and respectful of Mr. Edison. It'll be difficult for me to approve a future cell tower based on one resident, and that would be a difficult vote in the future if it came up, to me at least. So I will be supportive of this if they change the location or change the height or whatever. That doesn't matter to me at all, whatever everybody wants to do on that if the vote carries. But I will be supportive of this application.
Okay. Commissioner Dennis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Actually, my question for Scott is just for my own edification. I don't know that it has bearing on this case, but I just learned that all that area surrounding that is going to be an industrial park in the future. If the applicant, and applicants already testified they tried to get into this area and they wouldn't allow them, but say they did, isn't an industrial area one of the areas that we kind of authorize cell towers by right?
It depends. Great question. So in the wireless master plan, it outlines areas that are allowed by right and areas where there's additional consideration that needs to take place. Largely, when that plan was created, they were industrial areas. So I would have to look and see whether or not these specific locations are included. But generally, overall in the wireless master plan, yes, they encourage cell towers to be located in industrial areas.
Okay. Well, that's what I recall from way back when we redid the wireless master plan. So I just wanted to make sure I was recalling it right. Thank you.
Commissioner Lopez.
Thank you. Well, I think everybody has hopefully had a chance to speak. I would like to make a few comments before I make any motion here. I agree with what a lot of the things that were said in the discussion part of the last case. These cell phone tower, just wireless tower, they're not easy for us to make decisions on. The state has really tied our hands in many ways on what we can and cannot take into consideration. And I don't think that it's fair to both sides of the argument when that's the case. I'm glad that we have this on our legislative platform to have the discussion on what that looks like going forward. I think every time we have any of these tower cases, there's frustration on our end that we can't have the same conversations that we would have in literally any other zoning cases besides these tower cases. So I want to make sure that I say that. I also think that just because there are less neighbors, the same concerns from the first case are still prevalent for the neighbor in this case. I know that we can't talk about specific locations. I do think because the proposed is on the SF20, it changes, from my understanding, it's not in the industrial area. It's actually on the SF20 parcel. And so that's a piece of why I believe that the advisory board denied it. I would say that the character of the neighborhood is largely undeveloped, but there are SF20 zoned uses in the surrounding area. And I believe the aesthetic of the proposed cell phone tower is magnified based upon the location being towards the front of the parcel, next door to a home. The wireless communication facility would be inconsistent on that piece of land because of the current character and current zoning and current uses for the nearby properties. Now 120-foot cell phone tower located towards the front of this parcel will create visual blight within what is currently a rural landscape, reducing the enjoyment of the neighbor that would be seeing this out of his front window there. The application was heard by the Second District Advisory Board. It was denied based on the couple of things that we had already mentioned. MAPD staff did note that the application is only in the partial compliance, and I believe that's because it is on the SF20 piece of this and not in the industrial area. So it doesn't totally fit with the county comprehensive plan or the wireless communications master plan. With regard to the urban growth areas map in the comprehensive plan, the proposed cellular tower is not entirely in conformance with the employment mix identified of this property. The wireless communications master plan includes a general preference for tall cellular towers to be located in heavy industrial and commercial areas, while noting that there should be a decrease in height as the intensity of the development lessens. It is at odds with the situation at hand, as it involves a tall tower that would not be located in a heavily industrial or commercial area, especially as it sits on the SF20 property. According to the comprehensive plan and the wireless communications master plan, both suggest against approval of a cell phone tower like this. So I will make a motion that after weighing the golden factors and making the findings as I have described, which is the character of the neighborhood, zoning, and uses of nearby properties, extent to which removal of the restrictions will detrimentally affect nearby property, the relative gain to safety, welfare by the destruction of the value of the plaintiff's property as compared to the hardships imposed upon the industrial landowner, and the conformance of the requested change to the adopted or recognized master plan, I move that the board overrides the recommendation of the MAPC and denies the requested zone change, authorizes MAPD staff to send applicant a letter indicating our basis for denial, signs a resolution to this effect, and authorizes the resolution to be published.
Okay. I will second that motion. To clarify, Justin, this motion will need 4.
That's correct.
To override the recommendation of MAPC needs 4 votes.
That's correct, Chairman.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Commissioner, go ahead, Commissioner Dennis, sir.
I will support the motion, but I want to be clear. This case, in my mind, is a lot different than the first case we heard today. And I am so concerned that the amount of time and effort that we spend on each and every one of these permits for cell towers that I think we really need to engage the staff to take a look at what the state and the federal laws are and make sure that we can clarify things that really apply to Sedgwick County, a very urban county, and what kind of changes might be needed in the future for us to make sure that as the applicant comes forward, they know exactly what the rules are, and that we can live with those rules with the community. I do see quite a bit of difference between this one and the first application. So that's why I'm concerned that we're constrained by so many different things as we move forward. I'd like to see if we could clear some of that up so that there's not so many constraints, that everyone can be very clear on what the rules are. So I just wanted to clarify why that I was going to vote a certain way. Thank you.
Very good. Yeah, Commissioner Lopez.
If I could also add that, just so there's equity, I think because right now, there's a feeling from every time we have opposition to one of these cases that there's not equity and what's being allowed to take into consideration and what's not. I mentioned that in the first case, that I wanted to make sure that because some things were mentioned that we should not be able to take into consideration, that somehow we made that equal for both sides, and I think this case is very similar. I do not think that this case and the first case are exactly the same, but I do think that the neighbor opposition is the same. I think that even though it's not as many neighbors because there's not as many homes in the area, I think his concerns are just as valid as the remainder of the concerns that we heard from earlier. So I just want to make sure that I say that as well. But I completely understand where Commissioner Dennis is coming from, and I do think that we need, as we've all been saying, I think since we've been having these cases, we have to have some better clarity. We need to be working with the state. There needs to be some changes so we can take more into consideration, because it's not fair that we cannot look at certain things for this one thing, but for every other zoning cases that we get, we can take into consideration. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Yeah, the light's not on, but if you.
I can't see it.
No, it's not, but go ahead. Yeah, we got that.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I respectfully disagree with the rationale for the motion, and let me just reiterate that because of where this is located, I don't think the aesthetics has any bearing. I don't think the property value concern has been validated because of where this is. The other aspects of the golden factors, the character of the neighborhood, I don't think that's a factor in this case. Zoning and uses of nearby property, industrial park, I don't think this is not compatible with that. Neighborhood opposition actually isn't even listed in the golden factors on this page, but we know that is a concern. I brought that up before. We have different lists of golden factors. I know that should be potentially considered as a factor, although not by itself. But I do think that the weight of that matters. If you have 1,000 people opposed versus one person opposed, I think it does make a difference. To me, it does, at least. And I think that in every one of these cell phone towers, there's going to be someone who's not going to like it. And I think that at the end of the day, if you don't put a cell phone tower here, then I'm not sure where you would put one. I am concerned that we come across as saying or it look like we're saying no all the time. And I don't think that's not what I intend to communicate with if I was to support the motion as read. Let me just talk about the Citizens Advisory Board. I'm probably the minority here on my opinion on what CAB boards should do. I see my chairman is still here. Thank you for being here today for the Citizens Board for District 5. But because I believe in property rights is a constitutionally based principle, there should be a consistent process. It should be reflective in not just my own CAB's bylaws, but it should be reflective, if you will, in Sedgwick County's bylaws or code. It should be reflective in the state law as well. And I think we don't have recognition of those processes in those documents. And so essentially, it's an ad hoc idea to do property rights cases at a CAB board level. Notice the name of it. You know, MAPC is a recognized process. They take up these cases and sort. You know, they investigate them and make recommendations, but it's a recognized process. Citizens Advisory Board is intended to advise the commission or if not the entire commission on their opinion, and we're supposed to be neutral. Generally speaking, I appreciate the work that they do, but when it comes to property rights cases, I don't really want them to influence me. I want the MAPC to influence me and the public hearing that we had here today. And I'm very concerned that we would allow anything outside those two processes to influence our decision. So, although I want to respect the Citizens Advisory Board's opinion, I don't know that should necessarily be a factor in my decision today. So if this was if this was in District 5, we would not have had a CAB 5 hearing because I don't believe it's proper to do so. If someone loses their property rights as a consequence of a Citizen Advisory Board influence, I think that's probably going to have to be litigated in court potentially. I'm a little concerned about us setting that up for a court setting. So with that, I don't think there's a land use concern. There's not a city council that's weighed in on this because it's not part of a growth area that they had to weigh in on apparently. So what I'm saying is, I guess I have less reasons to oppose this than the previous one. And with that, I would make a substitute motion. We would approve the conditional use request at 140 feet and follow MAPC's recommendation. And that's my motion. Thank you, Chairman. I'm sorry. I meant 100, this is 140 foot tower. I'm recommending we do it at 140 feet. That's what MAPC said, correct? They voted 12-0. My motion is to agree with MAPC on 140 feet.
Okay, we have a motion.
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second. Justin, which motion now is, the second motion now is the live motion, correct?
That's correct. The way the board's operated is substitute motion controls, and the substitute motion is the recommended action at this point.
Okay. Can you clarify the substitute motion will require how many votes to pass?
It would require 3 votes.
Will require 3 votes to pass. Okay, Commissioner Dennis.
Thank you. I'd just like to respond to Commissioner Howell's concerns about Citizens Advisory Boards. I'm in a unique position because I was able to serve on the District Advisory Board under both Councilman Martz and Councilman Longwell for 8 years. So what I saw with that District Advisory Board was that the public had an opportunity to come in and express their concerns and felt kind of unthreatened because they really believed that someone was listening to them. Are there recommendations binding? No. The MAPC, I'm in another unique position, and I served on that for 9 years. So I have a unique perspective. And what I saw for 9 years is that I don't ever feel in my heart that the MAPC listens to the citizens very well. That's a fact. That's why the citizens come away with a bad taste in their mouth when they go to the MAPC. So they need another alternative. They could spend their whole day in our offices and we'd listen to them. But the Citizens Advisory Board gives them a chance to advise. And again, it is only advice. That's part of the title of the Citizens Advisory Board. So I understand Commissioner Howell's concerns, but they don't have binding action. The MAPC has binding action. We have to take certain votes and they have to meet certain criteria in order to be able to be effective in these votes. The Citizens Advisory Board has no impact on that whatsoever. So I'm going to continue to advocate to have Citizens Advisory Boards hear these types of cases because the public feels comfortable coming and talking to the citizens. So I just wanted to clarify my position on why that I will continue to have Citizens Advisory Board hear the zoning cases in the future. Thank you, and I'm ready to vote.
We have a substitute motion. We have a second. We have no lights on. So, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Meitzner?
Aye.
Commissioner Dennis?
No.
Commissioner Howell?
Aye.
Commissioner Lopez?
No.
Chairman Beatty?
Aye. The motion to approve the conditional use request has passed. Next item, please.
Item D, DER 2023-00018, amendment to the Unified Zoning Code related to entertainment establishments in the city, event center in the city, nightclub in the city, and taverns and drinking establishments, clubs, nightclub in the city, teen club in the city, event center and entertainment establishment in the city.
Okay, Scott, it's a busy day for you.
It is.
Welcome
I
back.
promise this is the last non-consent planning item for this agenda. So, Scott Wadle from the Planning Department here to speak on the subject of changes to the Unified Zoning Code regarding nightclub in the city. So this is being recommended in order to help reduce confusion for future cases, and it is important to note that these recommended changes only affect zoning in the city of Wichita. It does not affect or change zoning in the unincorporated county, and this is being presented to you because the city and the county share a joint zoning code. So the recommended action is that you would adopt the findings, approve the amendments, sign the resolution, authorize publication. In terms of the background, multiple stakeholders, residents, businesses, officials, et cetera, have expressed concern and confusion about how the term nightclub in the city is applied in the Unified Zoning Code. And again, this is regarding City of Wichita cases only. The definition of nightclub in the city in the Unified Zoning Code consists of two parts, entertainment and alcohol. If you have that combination, then you meet the definition of a nightclub in the city and need to get a conditional use if you are within 300 feet of a church, a place of worship, a public park, a school, or residential zoning. So we have quite a few properties that meet that criteria. In terms of the definition for entertainment, it's pretty broad. It includes pantomime, comedian, dancing. So if you combine any of these with alcohol, you're looking at nightclub in the city. In terms of recent examples, applications for nightclub in the city has resulted in some confusing situations. This largely comes from folks, members of the public, receiving formal notice that a nightclub case is in their area and expecting a large dance hall with alcohol, but later on finding that's not the situation. So in terms of some examples, here are some that were listed. In one of the examples, we had many people, over 100 people, join in for a planning commission meeting because they were concerned about a nightclub opening next to them. In this instance, we heard an audible sigh and questions from the audience when they discovered it was about karaoke rooms in a bowling alley that serves alcohol. So just an example of some of the confusion that's happening. In terms of the analysis, the recommended changes would update the definition of nightclub in the city to only apply to facilities or uses with a capacity of 300 persons or more. Uses with alcohol and entertainment that have a capacity less than 300 persons would be considered an entertainment establishment. So that's what people would see on the notification letters for those types of cases. So again, 300 people, very important there. So the recommended changes would also update entertainment establishment process, how those cases are handled, so that it matches the current conditional use process for nightclub in the city, so that they essentially go through the same process, they just have different terms of use. Now, the distinction of 300 persons is recommended as a line because it aligns with building code requirements for fire alarm systems, and also because in a survey of restaurants, we've noted that a restaurant capacity is typically less than 300 persons. Now, we have heard some concerns about the recommended change creating a different kind of confusion, and the concern is that there could be instances where a nightclub has an occupancy less than 300 persons, and that if these changes are approved, then nightclub in the city, that nightclub would meet the definition of entertainment establishment, and so that term would be used in a letter. People would receive that and would not consider it a nightclub. So in order to help address this type of situation, the planning department staff, generally we update our letters to include text, and especially with nightclub in the city, and in this instance with entertainment establishment, we would include text to help describe in more detail what is proposed to occur at the location. This would be based on information provided by the applicant. Now, please note that in some instances, we don't get information from the applicant. We just get what they want to apply for. So we do the best that we can based on the information that we're provided. So that's, again, the break is 300 persons nightclub in the city and entertainment establishment. In terms of review, this has been kind of a lengthy process of discussion that's been going on for a number of years. It was at MAPC in November of last year, and they recommended approval. It went to the City Council in January, and they approved the code changes. And so, again, it's here because of the shared joint code between the city and the county. So the recommended action is that you would adopt the findings, approve the amendment, sign the resolution, and authorize the publication. So with that, I'll stand for any questions.
Okay, thank you, Scott. This is Unified Zoning Code is with county and city. You might have said it, I might have missed it. What did Wichita City Council vote? How did they vote on this?
It was unanimous to approve it.
7-0 to approve, okay. Questions or comments to Scott? Commissioner Howe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have met, I think, with presenters here, I believe, twice on this proposal. And my first comment, well, let me just say, I anticipate this will pass, so my comments are probably not useful here, but I am concerned. I think some of his last comments are related to some of my concerns here, and I'd like to share that. Number one, I think the process by which we're approving this today is the wrong series of events to have this approved. And what I mean by that is there was a proposal. It was bantied about and eventually approved by Wichita before we even got a chance to look at this. Now, I understand this is primarily a Wichita situation. However, it does require us to vote for it, so I think our opinion should matter. But having said that, it seems a little bit awkward to vote against something right now that's at this late stage in the process of being approved. So my first complaint, I guess, would say, I think if we have changes like this where we have to vote on something before either governing body has a chance to approve it, the planning staff ought to have at least a chance to hear from each of the electeds are going to have to approve this to make sure their concerns are being considered in the proposals that are coming forward. And maybe my concerns would change things, maybe they wouldn't, but at least I want them to be heard before the city approved it. You know, there is a safety and a multitude of counselors, right? Maybe my concerns are valid. Maybe they're not, but at least I want it to be heard before someone else approves it, because maybe my ideas and concerns would garner some additional concern by others if they simply heard a different perspective. My second concern is this. I don't think the capacity is the most accurate adjective, if you will, regarding whether a venue is a nightclub or an entertainment venue. As Scott explained very well just a moment ago, you might have a very small nightclub or a very large entertainment district. And I think describing the details of that, as far as I understand, may not be restricted to those ideas. So if they say we plan to do whatever, and they are licensed for an entertainment venue, and they later on want to add things that maybe makes it more like a nightclub, okay, with other things, I don't think there's anything in their approval that would restrict them to those exact activities that they articulated in their initial application. It doesn't hold them to that. The reason the community gets upset is when something that looks like a nightclub comes in and they're not notified, and don't feel like there's ample awareness of what's going on. They want to have a chance to speak to it before it's approved. And simply to have a small nightclub, let's say one that has 299 patrons inside. And by the way, it's very difficult to police the number of people in a building. It's almost impossible. It can be done, but it's extremely difficult and awkward to do so. You have to shut it down and basically count the people inside. And that's so uncomfortable that, again, it's not necessarily unlikely that a venue that's licensed for 299 patrons wouldn't sometimes go over that number, and you have no way to know that. At the end of the day, I don't think the size of number of people in the building is the right way to go forward. If I asked someone to describe what a nightclub is, I've done this with some people, I said, what kind of activities would you see in a nightclub? They can articulate, well, these are kind of the elements of a nightclub. Back to your list that you put in the backup material. If you have let's just say a comedy club, the stage, and there's more than 300 people, is that a nightclub? According to this, it would be.
Yes, sir.
Right? I don't know if I'd agree with that. Or say it's a theater, okay? They do performances, staged performances. That may not be a nightclub, because I don't think stage performances is really what I would envision as a nightclub. We have a little place coming in Derby right now. It's called a Putt and Curl. I don't think they're going to have 300 people, but let's just say they did, and they serve alcohol. Is that a nightclub? I don't think that would be a nightclub, because they're not primarily dancing to music and drinking. People aren't there meeting to drink and dance. That's not what they're doing. They're there to curl and play putt-putt, okay? So that's an entertainment venue. So again, you could describe with different adjectives whether this is a nightclub or an entertainment venue, but we've not gone through the work to get that to that level. We're simply going to use the number of people in the building as a criteria for whether it's this or that. And I guarantee you, the people are going to use this in their favor to say it's not a nightclub, and people are not going to be notified, and we're going to hear people screaming from the community that they were not notified adequately about a nightclub going into their neighborhood. That's the next thing we're going to be talking about. This is not the right way to solve this problem. And with that, I expect there'll be a motion in a second, but I'll be voting no to this solution, as I think it's the wrong way to go. Thank you, Chairman.
Other questions or comments? Commissioner Meitzner.
I'd like to make a motion to approve as presented.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Meitzner.
Aye.
Commissioner Dennis.
Aye.
Commissioner Howell.
No.
Commissioner Lopez.
Aye.
Chairman Beatty.
Motion passes. Next item, please.
Item E, building purchase agreement for Elections Office.
Hello, Andrew.
Good morning, Chairman and Commissioners. Andrew Dilts, Director of Facilities, here to present on the real estate purchase agreement on the County Elections Building. Before we get to the agreement, I'd like to cover our recent history. Last year, the Elections Department refreshed their space programming. Elections currently has 18,890 square feet in two separate locations, one being the space at Historic Courthouse and the other warehouse space on warehouse space on Stillwell. Having these locations miles apart creates inefficiencies and increased security risks that led to programming space needs, combining both operations into a combined facility of 32,460 square feet, which results in a 72% increase over the current occupancy. This is due to a number of changes, including additional space for voting equipment and tabulators, as well as the Secretary of State mandates. So our search for a facility meeting multiple requirements began. Our project budget was $3 million, and our criteria included a 30,000 plus square foot building with a warehouse and office combined space, 100 plus parking spaces with 200 being optimal, a minimum of one loading dock, though efficiency would be gained if there were multiple, a climate-controlled warehouse, which typically indicates the warehouse has been insulated, a single tenant space for security, close proximity to downtown Wichita for public access, and the location will require two immediate needs, including security cameras and keycard access. There were over 16 facilities evaluated in 2023, and although we have been searching since 2018, finding the right location with all of the facility requirements has proven difficult. Almost every location had a conflict that could not be resolved cost-effectively. These conflicts included a lack of parking, poor building conditions, cost to renovate or remodel the space for our needs was too high, suboptimal location, building was not the right fit, meaning the layout or other means didn't align with our operation, or the building security was heightened. At the end of last year, an opportunity was brought to the county to evaluate a facility that had not been listed on the market. The building is made up of 4 distinct areas, including the main offices built in '88 with just shy of 32,000 square feet, a middle building built in '13 with just shy of 15,000 square feet, 2 metal storage buildings, one in '16 with 4,800 square feet, and one built in '21 with 6,000 square feet. This building checks every box on our criteria or comes close to it. The combined space of office and warehouse square feet comes to almost 47,000. There is sufficient parking with 128 stalls of recently maintained asphalt, a new concrete pad, and an extra wide apron for our trucks to enter and leave the facility with good parking lot lighting. We have a total of 4 loading docks and 1 ground level loading dock. There are 4 entrances into the site, which allows us to easily separate public and employee access. The warehouse is climate controlled with heat and air conditioning. This location has good separation from the neighboring properties and does not have a party wall. Driving from the historic courthouse in downtown Wichita, where Elections is currently located, is approximately 9 miles or 15 minutes to K96 and Rock Road. The building is owner occupied and is in very good condition. We have a bus stop next door at 37th and Comatera. We have an additional 10,800 square feet of storage space that will be used for other department needs. And the bus stop at 37th and Comatera, even though that is next door, the city has agreed to add a stop directly in front of the elections office during voting operations. We also have an existing security system and infrastructure immediately available. Here are some photos of the inside of the building. We have training space there in the bottom center, and general office spaces on the left, a break room. It'll be very minimal remodeling work will occur at this facility. Here are photos of the existing warehouse with the 4 loading docks shown on the bottom left. Here are some photos of the exterior. You can see the exterior of the loading docks on the top right, and the exterior of the building on the left, and the accessible parking lot on the bottom right. Here are the 2 metal outbuildings. The bottom left picture shows both outbuildings and their proximity to each other. Here is an aerial view of the site. I did have to turn this to make it bigger on the screen. So the north, Comatera there runs north and south, and the left side of the map would be the north. Our current budget is $3 million, and our purchase price for this building is $4.5 million. We've estimated the cost of increasing the security measures, providing minimal remodel, fencing, signage, and other incidental costs to bring our total project budget to $5,884,428, and have included a CIP amendment on today's consent agenda for the increase. One thing I want to make known is the seller is currently building a new facility, not ready to vacate. Closing on this will happen sometime next summer in 2025. We've talked to elections. We think this will align with their schedule, considering this year's a presidential election. We wouldn't want to try to move them in the middle of that. I will stand for any questions, and I recommend authorizing the chairman to sign.
Okay, very good. Appreciate all your work that you guys have done on this. This has been a few years in the making, it sounds like, so thank you. Commissioner Dennis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. And I really appreciate the work that Facilities has done over the years, because as I said, we've looked at like 16 buildings, and a number of those I've toured, they just did not meet our needs. A lot of people want us to go downtown. We looked downtown hard. That was really where we started, was we wanted it downtown. There is no buildings downtown that we could find. This building is beautiful. In addition, it solves the second issue, because we got in our CIP, we need some storage buildings. So we've got a couple storage buildings already built, ready for us. We can pull that off of our CIP as we approve that this coming year. I believe that this is a perfect location, a perfect solution for a long-term problem that we've had. And I appreciate everyone's work on it. I know this is in Commissioner Meitzner's district, so at the appropriate time, I think he'd probably be willing to make a motion on it, but I would support any motion that he makes to approve this. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Commissioner Howe.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, I'm probably going to be in the minority on this one. That's so fine. And let me just say, I appreciate our commissioner, and she does a great job. And this has been a long-term challenge of the county to try to find a good space. And arguably, this is a great building. I have a couple of reasons why I'm not probably going to vote for this today. It is big enough. That checks that box for sure. It is. I would argue it's not close to downtown. I understand there is some discussion about bus access to this facility. Did you want to talk about that, or did you already? I don't think you did.
There's currently a bus stop at the intersection of 37th and Comatera, which is one neighboring property from this property.
All right.
And then during the election events, the city is willing to add a bus stop directly in front of this facility.
Okay. And those buses will, so if someone needs to get there by bus, I'm not sure. I've not actually ridden the buses in a very, very long time. I experienced that a long time ago, but to get to that location, I don't know how difficult that would be if someone is, let's say, in a different part of the city, how difficult that would be to get there. So that's still a concern of mine. You mentioned 15 minutes and 9.5 miles. If you just Google it, the two locations, it comes up. The fastest location is 16 minutes and 11 miles. Your distance was to K96 and Rock Road, and really it's It's much closer to 37th Street North and about a half mile east of Rock Road. It's actually maybe closer to Webb Road, I'm not sure, but it's at least about a half mile east of Rock Road. So it's not really next to K96 and Rock Road. It's a distance away. The $3 million was a goal. Maybe we can't do that. That's fine, but I don't want to concede to basically doubling the price. To me, that's not ideal. I know we've looked at a lot of buildings. There has been times since 2018. This was kind of on the back burner. We've not spent energy like we have this last year. We have actually found a number of buildings in the last 12 months. I think a number of them actually had promise. One of them I thought was ideal, actually, but I think that the seller, for some reason, decided they were not going to sell it to us. They had somebody else they wanted to sell it to, right? But that was very close. It was within a couple of miles of downtown, and that would have been, in my opinion, a whole lot better. I know that there's maybe reasons why staff would say this wasn't an option, but we recently looked at toured 7236 East Harry as an option. It's a call center, has 49,000 square feet and over 500 parking spaces on a single level on a main road, Harry Street, and it's much closer to downtown. It was, and I believe it wasn't for sale a long time ago. It was for lease, but we asked a question, would you be willing to sell it? I think that we could make a deal, and I think it would be a lot less than $5.8 million. And I know people say that building's in bad condition. I toured the building. I don't think it's in bad condition. You'd have to add a loading dock, and in years past, we actually looked at a bowling alley years ago for the election office. And they did not have a loading dock, and it was estimated at that location it would cost $100,000 to add a loading dock. So it's not like it can't be added to any facility. It's nice to have it in there initially, but it's not actually a requirement. I do think the election office needs better space. I don't know that the mixture of office space and warehouse space in the main building here is the right mixture. We're going from basically from 11,000 square feet of office to, I believe, what is it, 14? I believe it's we're 11,000 now. We're going to go to 14.8. One of the biggest challenges we have right now is manipulating the equipment adequately in the warehouse. I don't know that this is exactly the same. If you're looking at a building that's altogether, 46,000 square feet? Is that the right number? I wouldn't split it the way this is split. To me, you need maybe a little bit less office space, a little bit more warehouse space. We're going to go from 7,890 square feet of office space to this new building, which is arguably, if you look at the non-warehouse space, it is, I find it here, 31,000, let's see here. 31,973 square feet. Is that primarily the office area, and the Melville building that's 14,640 is in addition to that? So we're going to go from roughly 7,800 square feet of office space to what I would expect to be about almost 32,000 square feet of office space. I'm not sure that's the right split. So again, it's a beautiful building. Let me ask one more question. The time to possess this is when? When will we get the
Summer
building?
of '25.
Summer of 25, which means we probably won't have it for the 25 fall elections.
We're scheduled to close. The purchase agreement is drafted so that we're going to close on June 2nd or earlier.
Okay. Well, there's an August primary and there's a November general. My guess is that's probably a little difficult to actually use that building for the 25 election cycle. So my guess is we won't actually see this building in use until the fall 26 election cycle. So this is 2024. We're talking about 2.5 years from now. Once again, I think there's reasons that, again, that building on Harry was available now. It takes minor repairs. It's a lot less money, and it's a better location. I don't think we actually gave it due diligence, is my personal opinion. We didn't try. And I appreciate staff. Staff does a great job. I think that we fell in love with this building, but it's not necessarily the best building we could have got for that price, that location, that occupancy time. There's reasons why I need to vote no. I support the commissioner. I thank you for the staff, all your hard work to do this, but I have to vote no. Thank you so much.
Okay. Commissioner Lopez.
Thank you. How long have we been looking for an elections building?
Since 2018.
How many buildings have we?
I know we looked at over 16 last year alone. I don't have a total count since 2018.
Yeah, it's been, I just want to clarify that I think to say we haven't done due diligence is not accurate. We have looked at so many buildings and our staff has put in so much time on trying to find something that works well for the needs that we're seeing. I am curious, Commissioner Dennis mentioned something about a storage building that we're needing. If we're able to use this space for other storage, does that take something off a project that we're trying to work off?
It does. There's currently a project on the CIP list that if we can use these buildings for that project, it will remove that CIP.
How much is that CIP?
I don't know that number off the top of my head, but it is hundreds of thousands of dollars,
Okay.
if not more.
Okay. Laura, would you mind, can I just ask you a question? I will say that this, from where I live in Hayesville, to get from my house to the historic courthouse and then to go to the other facility, it adds about, I think, a little under 4 minutes to the drive, maybe 5 minutes. I drove it. It just depends on if you hit lights or not. But I'm curious, everybody's so used to coming downtown to vote, an early vote. Will we have a satellite location set up so people can still have that same access to voting downtown?
Absolutely. Chairman, Commissioners, thank you for having us and having this before you today. Thank you to Andrew, Tanya. You guys have been real champions trying to find us location. So yes, it is out east, and my number one goal is to provide accessible elections to our voters. I would like to open a satellite location here in downtown Wichita the same time we open up early voting 2 weeks before every election at the election office. So I want to provide that service for downtown whenever we get moved in. I also want to provide one out west so that west side voters won't have to drive downtown to vote up to 2 weeks early. Now, the other satellite locations will still be open anywhere from 3 to 5 days before every election, but yes, I want to provide that. And I also want to talk to Commissioner Howell about the warehouse. We use our current warehouse. There's portions of that warehouse, of that 11,000, I don't know how the number of square feet, that are used for our big totes, big black totes that we send out to election sites. Those can be brought inside, doesn't have to be stored with the equipment. So, and that's a huge room. I don't know how, that on the south side of our warehouse, I don't know what that. So this building is perfect. Yes, we've looked at a lot of buildings, and yes, it's far east. But how often do you come to the election office? That's my question. Most voters come once or twice a year, and most candidates come once every 4 years. Some might come every 2 years, but you don't come to the election office very often, and it's still very accessible. You can get anywhere in Sedgwick County in under 30 minutes. So our goal is to provide voting access for our voters and make it convenient for them, and we can do that through opening up satellite locations. So that's our number one concern.
And then I have one more question for you. If we go through with this today, do you think this will be ready in time for the 26 elections?
If you close on or before June 2nd, our thinking is we will deploy our equipment from the current warehouse for the August primary and bring it back to the new warehouse and occupy the new warehouse after the August primary and be in there in time for the general election in November.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, very good. Commissioner Howell.
To clarify, she said 26, you're saying 25?
25, absolutely.
Right.
25. Did you say 26?
Yes, okay.
No, I'm saying if we close on or before June 2nd, I think administratively we can get moved in there prior to the primary, but leave our equipment at the current warehouse so we don't move it twice. Once we deploy it for the August primary, then we bring it back to the new warehouse.
Let me ask Andrew the question then. So we have $1.3 million worth of modifications to the building. We close on June 1st. Do you think you'll have that ready to go so that she can actually use the building as an election center for the November 25 election?
With the amount of time that we have between now and June of 25, we should very, very well have all the contractors and everybody lined up ready to go so that as soon as we close, they can start construction and have it ready for her.
All right, well, we'll see how that works out. I do want to, that's all my questions for you. I can make you can welcome a comment if you want to, but as you already stated, Election Commissioner Rainwater, that the downtown main election office is called the main election office. And in statute, it's required that must be a poll site
Right.
for the entire election. And that, again, that starts, I believe, 15 days prior to the election. And then the early voting, as you mentioned, we have 16, 17, 18 now, maybe even 20 early vote sites now,
19.
right?
19.
Great, love that. And those are typically open for 4, 5, 6 days prior to the election. So if someone wants to vote downtown 15 days early, this is a separate site from the main office, right? Okay, is there going to be costs associated with these other satellite?
Of course,
locations?
there's always cost associated when you open up an
And
early voting
I guess that's my point. We are essentially expanding, if you will, the opportunities even further. Now, maybe some people think that's a good idea, but we're doing it because the main office is not downtown. That's the reason why. And that's really my point. There's going to be an added cost because the one on 37th in Comatera has to be a poll site according to state law. But if we want to have one downtown, that's a separate piece of government office we have to maintain. And so it is going to complicate things just a little bit further. We can't do the one downtown in lieu of the main office. That's not allowed. Okay,
Right.
so let's understand we have to have both. And then to Commissioner Lopez's comment on due diligence, I'm not saying staff did not do due diligence on this building. I'm simply saying a lot of buildings may have been looked at, and at some point when you look at the building, you say, this isn't it, and you walk away. You don't necessarily do everything to every building to make sure whether it's, once you get to a point where you realize this is not the right building, we walk away from that building. So some buildings got a deeper dive, a more thorough look than other buildings did, right? And maybe that is a form of due diligence, but I'm simply saying the building on Harry, we didn't do much. We looked at the building and we walked away. And I believe that building actually had a lot of potential. We never gave that building a very, very much due diligence. We just simply toured the building and walked out. That was it. So with that's really my point. It's not, we didn't do a good job with due diligence in the entire process. I'm simply saying that building got nothing more than a cursory walk in and walk out of the building. So that's all right. Thank you so much for the clarifications, and I'll try to stop talking. Thank you, Chairman.
Okay. Seeing no more comments or questions, anybody like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion. Sure, I'll make a motion that we approve, and thank you, Andrew, for all the work, and Tanya and the crew. We could debate all the reasons why. You had a nice outline on there is why this one just has come to the top. And thank you, Laura, for you and your staff for all you're doing on this. So I'll make a motion that we approve the purchase of this as presented.
Second.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Meitzner.
Aye.
Commissioner Dennis.
Aye.
Commissioner Howell.
No.
Commissioner Lopez.
Aye.
Chairman Beatty.
Aye. Motion passes 4-1. We're going to keep moving. Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Item F, a resolution amending Charter 22, Article 2 of the Sedgwick County Code to add provision regarding broadband-ready communication projects.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Commissioners. Mike Elpers from Information Technology. Today I'm here to talk about a new state-sponsored program for which we have interest. So in January of this year, just last month, the Kansas Office of Broadband Development created this new program called the Kansas Broadband Ready Communities. The program has been in the works for a while and is modeled after similar broadband programs in other states. It was created to address broadband access challenges in unserved and underserved areas of the state, specifically to prepare communities for future grant funding opportunities by providing an efficient and accessible path to permitting for broadband providers. With a Kansas Broadband Ready Communities designation, broadband providers know that these communities have established, streamlined, and efficient processes for permit applications and will not be discriminated against or charged additional fees for access to the public right-of-way. So here's how the program works. To start with, any county or city within the state is eligible to apply for this certification. The application process for this designation is pretty simple, including the completion of a one-page application and the passing of an ordinance, or in our case, a resolution, containing 5 steps which address the permitting process. So those 5 requirements for this certification are listed here. They are to identify a single point of contact for all matters related to a broadband project, to provide a quick turnaround of 30 days or less for either approving or rejecting requests for permits on public right-of-way. Requirement number 3 is to seek the ability for broadband providers to submit permit requests and supporting documents electronically. Number 4 is to not impose any additional fee for reviewing an application other than what is allowed in statute KSA 17-1902. And the final requirement is to not discriminate among broadband providers with respect to access to public right-of-way. Now, while Sedgwick County IT is driving these efforts to obtain the certification, as you can see, these certification requirements are really based on processes which occur in our Public Works Department. That's why when I first heard of this program and the requirements, I ran the idea of becoming a KBRC past Lynn Packer, our Public Works Director. His response was, I don't know why we couldn't participate. We already do all of this. So for the single point of contact, Lynn has identified an individual. So we'll post that on our website, and the Office of Broadband Development will post that on theirs. I was told we typically process permit applications such as these in around 7 days. And we follow statute guidelines for application fees, and we already even accept applications and supporting documents electronically. Obviously, Lynn and his staff have been extremely helpful in getting this effort where it is today. So the Kansas Office of Broadband Development provided an ordinance template for communities to adopt. I shared this template with our county counselor's office, and they have adapted it into a resolution amending Chapter 22, Article 11 of the county code, adding a provision regarding these broadband-ready community requirements, and it has been signed, approved as to form. I have confirmed with the state office that adopting this resolution will meet all requirements of the KBRC program. So if the resolution is approved by you today, it will be published on our official county newspaper and submitted to the State Office of Broadband Development along with our application for approval. Then we expect to hear back within 30 days. So by becoming a Kansas broadband-ready community, Sedgwick County will send a message to all broadband providers in our area that we stand ready to assist them in providing high-speed broadband internet to unserved and underserved citizens, businesses, and anchor institutions of our county. I recommend approval of this resolution and will stand for any questions you may have.
Wonderful, Mike. Thank you for that presentation. Commissioner Dennis.
Well, thank you, Mike, and I thank Lynn Packer for working with us on this. I know Mike has been discussing this with us every step of the way to make sure that we were ready to go. All 5 of our districts have underserved areas, although my district has the most underserved areas in it, so this is a project that is very important to me and my citizens. And I do appreciate the state of Kansas coming up with this process so that we can move forward getting broadband service to all of our underserved areas in Sedgwick County. So I am definitely supportive of this, and I am ready to adopt the resolution unless anyone has any complaints or objections.
Any other questions or comments? Make a motion, Commissioner
Thank you.
Dennis.
I'd like to make a motion that we adopt the resolution for amending Chapter 22, Article 2 of the Sedgwick County Code to add provisions regarding broadband-ready community projects.
Yeah, and I'll second that motion. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Commissioner Meitzner.
Aye.
Commissioner Dennis.
Aye.
Commissioner Howe.
Aye.
Commissioner Lopez.
Aye.
Chairman Beatty.
Aye. Motion passes. Very good. Yes. Let's keep going. Next item, please.
Item G, Emergency Communications Pay Plan.
Hi, Tom.
Good morning, or good afternoon, Chairman and Commission. Tom Stolz, County Manager's Office. Here to request a pay adjustment for emergency communications staff. Let me talk about the technical piece of it first, and then I'm going to go backwards and do some justification. The ask today is for the Commission to approve a movement back to its own pay plan for 911 emergency communications. This would come with a pay plan adjustment of a 5% increase to the current grade minimums and a 1% pay adjustment for the incumbents on the plan. So that's a 6% raise for all of our incumbent employees and a 5% adjust on the bottom. The fiscal note on this for the remainder of 2024 is $316,971. The fiscal note going forward, starting in 2025 and years Past that will be $392,439. The reason for this ask today is for two reasons. First is the evolution of 911 in our emergency system as we've watched it evolve. And I'm old enough now that I can remember when the main function of 911 was true dispatching. In other words, you get units out to a scene as fast as possible and you get them to the right location. And that is still the case today. Those are our top two priorities in 911, is to have fast answering of calls, fast mobilization of units to go, and you send them to the right location. What has evolved over the last 10 or 15 years is this whole concept of triaging and sending the right amount of equipment to the particular call, whether that's police, fire, or EMS resource, sending enough, not too much, not too little, and that is getting more complex as the days go by. So this is requiring a little bit of a different skill set for these types of individuals that work in this area. As we consider this, we can't look at 911 in a vacuum. We look across the spectrum of public safety. When I think about our core boots on the ground staff that do public safety work on behalf of the people, and that is a dispatcher one, a paramedic, an intensive supervision officer, an ISO officer in corrections, a firefighter, and a sheriff deputy. Those are core positions in each of these public safety arenas. And I can't tell you which one's more important or which one's less important because they are all critical. So in the spectrum of annual salary now, a sheriff deputy today in Sedgwick County is starting with an annual wage of $57,593. A firefighter is coming in at $53,464. An intensive supervision officer is coming in at a little bit over $53,000. A paramedic is coming in right a little bit over $50,000. And with this raise, what I'm recommending to commission today, a dispatcher one pay is $46,104. So we're getting closer. We're tightening that gap of the core service provider. There's two important numbers also that I want to talk about here, to me anyway. Every call taker now, if this is approved today by the commission, every call taker today coming in today will make over $20 an hour by a few cents. And an annual wage of for call takers going to a little bit over $40,000. So we're making some headway to elevate our 911 emergency communications to a similar level of our other public safety responders. So with that, I would ask the commission to consider this change. I am here, Rusty is here if there's any questions, and we would be glad to answer.
Okay, very good. We've done quite a bit of work on this topic here in the last few months, and there's been several conversations in this particular. Anybody got questions or comments for Tom regarding this pay plan?
Just
Commissioner Meister.
Yeah, Chairman, thanks. I'd love to talk further and go through a little history of how great this is to adjust the 911 environment that we've had to catch up. But I think we're all kind of supportive, and I don't want to, by jumping to a vote real quick, I don't want the 911 system to know that we don't think the world of what they've been going through and what they're doing. And I want to thank HR and staff for putting this all together and being supportive of this. And so I'm fully supportive, and I don't want to ignore without acknowledging how thankful we are with the job they do. Thank you.
Yeah, very good comments. Commissioner Lopez.
Thank you. I don't want to reiterate everything that Commissioner Meissner just said, but I just want to thank you for doing this, because I think all of us made this a priority in the last handful of months, that we needed to do better by 911, and we need to make sure that we are treating them as we treat other public safety. They are the first response to people when they need assistance. And so I'm really grateful that we're able to get this done for them. It doesn't close the gap, but it gets us so much closer. And so I'm very appreciative of all the work that everybody has put in for us to get to this point. So thank you.
One technical piece that Lindsay just reminded me of, the recommended start date of this would be March 3, if approved by commission today.
March 3rd. Okay. Any last questions here for Tom on this? I would just reiterate the comments that were made. This is an important step to staffing stability at 911. It's showing and demonstrating support. It's They are the conduit to public safety in this community, and they do a fantastic job. And as we continue to modernize all of our county government, but particularly modernizing 911 services and how they relate to this community, this is an important step. And it's a step that I'm going to loudly and proudly support today. So with that being said, I want to make a motion to approve the reinstatement of the Emergency Communications Pay Plan as read by Commissioner Stoltz.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Meitzner.
Aye.
Commissioner Dennis.
Aye.
Commissioner Howell.
Aye.
Commissioner Lopez.
Aye.
Chairman Beatty.
Aye.
Thank you.
Motion carries. Thank you, Tom. Thank you to everyone over at 911. Okay, I'm going to take a little bit of a point of privilege here and make some adjustments. We've been going at it for just a bit, and we've got some significant things still remaining on the agenda today that are incredibly important, and I want everybody to be fresh to have these conversations and to engage these conversations. So what I'm proposing is that we actually take the executive session piece that is at the end of our agenda today and move it up to now, which will be roughly 30 minutes. That will give us time to refresh, maybe get a quick bite to eat, allow everyone else to get a quick bite to eat and to refresh, and then we can regather again to finish out the agenda. Is there any objections to doing that? Justin, executive session would be fine?
That's fine. That's within your parameters to adjust the agenda as you see fit in that situation.
Okay. Before Commissioner Lopez reads what we're going to do here, I want to let everybody know that we'll be signing off on KPTS, but the meeting will continue on. You can continue to view the meeting on Facebook and YouTube as well. So, all right, Commissioner Lopez.
Okay, I move that the Board of County Commissioners recess into executive session for 30 minutes until 1:32 for consultation with legal counsel for the county regarding matters deemed privileged in the attorney-client relationship in order to discuss legal advice on contractual matters, and that the Board of County Commissioners returns to this room from executive session at 1:32.
Okay, second. Madam Clerk, will you call that roll?
Commissioner Meitzner.
Aye.
Commissioner Dennis.
Aye.
Commissioner Howell.
Aye.
Commissioner Lopez.
Aye.
Chairman Beatty.
Aye. Okay, we'll be back 1:32. Appreciate the grace in doing this.
Upstairs?
In the Okay, we just returned from executive session. There was no binding action taken, and we'll continue on with our meeting. So, Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Item H, consideration of an ARPA subrecipient agreement with the Kansas Department for Aging and Disability Services for the State Mental Health Hospital under the Spark Facility and Workforce Training Expansion Program.
Okay, Mr. Wagner.
Thank you, Chairman Justin Wagner, County Councilor. This item that's in front of you is an agreement with regard to the establishment of the State of Kansas Psychiatric Hospital that would be located in Sedgwick County. More specifically, this pertains to the funding for that would be from the American Rescue Plan Act of up to $25 million from the state of Kansas. Sedgwick County would utilize these funds to design and construct a state mental hospital that would then be operated by the Kansas Department of Aging and Disability Services. Hospital would have at least 50 beds with the potential to span up to 100 beds. At least 25 would serve acutely ill, civilly committed patients, and at least 25 beds would be for the forensic competency treatment services. The agreement describes a general framework through which Sedgwick County can request funding and obtain that funding, specific blocks of funding to acquire the property, construct the facility. Of course, you've all gone through a competitive process where you considered and selected a recommended place. And the agreement also describes the use for the funds and also that KDADS would have to approve any payment before Sedgwick County would be able to expend any funds or contractually obligate itself. Now, we're used to hearing about ARPA from county staff and the requirements that apply for ARPA money we've received directly from the federal government. In this case, we'd be a subrecipient of the state of Kansas and KDADS. We still have to follow the same ARPA requirements. Those are fleshed out in great detail within this agreement. The agreement generally contemplates that all the ARPA funding would be utilized and spent by June 30th of 2026. The agreement's been approved by KDADS at a staff level and would be signed by their secretary after any approval by the board today. In particular, I did want to acknowledge some county staff, our finance staff, Lindsay Poe-Rousseau and Michelle Strutt helped out with this, as did DRS, the county's ARPA consultants. I think they gave very, very useful assistance as we worked on this agreement. The recommended action is to approve the agreement and authorize the chairman to sign. This can occur by a simple majority vote. I'd be happy to stand for any questions, commissioners.
Okay, very good. Any questions or comments for Justin? We've done a lot of work on this, so I think everybody's pretty much in the know and in the details, and are happy to move this thing forward. So I'd like to make a motion to approve the agreement and authorize chairman to sign.
Second.
Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Meitzner. Aye. Commissioner Dennis.
Aye.
Commissioner Howell.
Aye.
Commissioner Lopez.
Aye.
Chairman Beatty.
Aye. Thank you, Justin. Next item, please.
Item I, presentation of the appraiser's annual report of real property value trends in Sedgwick County.
Mr. Clark, thank you for being patient, sir.
You're very welcome. I'm glad to be here today, and I am going to have some new slides for you today. I'm sure that is something that you look forward to every once in a while, so I am Mark Clark, your Sedgwick County Appraiser, and I will be presenting the 2024 Annual Real Estate Mass Appraisal Report. First, let's begin with some usual stuff. The appraiser's office duties: inspect each property within Sedgwick County every 6 years, discover, list, and value all property that had significant changes, update appraisals each year to assure that all properties are valued at fair market value, and January 1 is the statutory appraisal date. Now, for some key dates, and as you know, the property tax calendar is what we live by. It is in statute, so January 1 is the statutory appraisal date. March 1, people will begin receiving their value notices in the mail, and March 15th, personal property renditions are due to the appraiser's office. After that, there will be a penalty applied. March 19th, real property informal meetings begin. And so, looking down on June 1, that is when the appraiser certifies the values to the county clerk. So those are very important dates. Now, value considerations. There were several considerations that we took into looked at when we were doing our evaluation for 2024. The first one is golden handcuffs effect. You have property owners who don't want to give up a mortgage with a rate of 3.5% or less for a mortgage that is 6.5% or greater. The bottom line is some potential buyers are foregoing the purchasing of a home and they're waiting for lower rates. At the same time, some potential buyers are becoming acclimated to these rates and they are simply choosing to buy smaller homes. Federal Reserve interest rates, borrowing costs are more expensive for developers and the public, and it costs more to build. Costs more to buy, too. Inflation, even though inflation has moderated to 3.1%, prices remain high. So it is more expensive to purchase goods and services. Labor shortages. It's still very hard for employees to find qualified talent to fill jobs. This situation impacts the length of a project, length of time to complete a project, the potential rework of a project, and sometimes projects won't even get started. Tight supply of housing, still have shortages of housing. The imbalance between supply and demand is there, and it pushes up those prices. Very tight supply. Supply chain issues, still have issues obtaining needed materials. And once again, that can have a rising cost, the impact of rising cost. Sometimes the project doesn't even start or it starts late, and it can take quite a long time from start to finish of a project. Parcel growth in Sedgwick County. From 2023 to 2024, parcel growth in Sedgwick County grew from 229,191 to 232,784, or a 1.7% increase. That means more work for staff, but it is a sign of economic activity, and that's a good thing. Yeah. Now, here's an interesting heat map. All new growth, all new parcel growth, 2020 to 2023. MAIZE is the hot spot. Goddard, Bel Air, they're the hottest places with the most parcel growth. That's an interesting map. Parcels by class. This one here is strictly parcels by class, not by value. Residential, 79%, agricultural, 17%, commercial, 6%, vacant, 3%, exempt, 3%, farmland, 2%, and utility and other are below 1%, very small. Sales activity, all classes of real property. From 2022 to 2023, sales activity of all classes of real property fell from 13,307 transactions to 11,389, or it was a decrease of 14.4%. For 2023, sales activity was down due to relatively high interest rates and high prices. Another heat map. Total parcel sales, 2020 to 2023. Yellow indicates where the most sales occurred, and that is quite dense. However, it's not as dense as it was last year. The map shows a strong and resilient real estate market. New construction, all classes. From 2022 to 2023, total new construction permits for all classes of real property decreased from 6,795 permits to 6,507. That was down 6.7%. These numbers do not include permits for roofing, siding, or towers, as they do not add value. All right. Mill levy, county actual levies, and this is just for county government. Those are the levies. Sedgwick, Johnson, Wyandotte, Douglas, and Shawnee. Down at the bottom, you can see Johnson. And then next is Sedgwick. And I'm glad I live in Sedgwick and I don't live in Wyandotte, Douglas, or Shawnee, because those are quite high. That is a very impressive job by Sedgwick to remain that steady for so long. Average total mill levy comparison, large county. Now, this here is where you're taking the average county levy, including the county, but also your other taxing jurisdictions as well. As you can see, Johnson is the lowest, and looks like in 2022, they had a 5 mil reduction. And I'm not sure exactly what taxing jurisdiction that was, but that made a significant difference there. Nonetheless, look at Sedgwick, and we're right above Johnson. And then you see that dashed line. That dashed line is the statewide average county mill levy. That is impressive that we're able to maintain what we've got there.
Hey, Mark. Might pause you as we go. A couple questions are popping up. So, Commissioner Howe.
Yeah, thank you for that, Chairman. Thank you for that, Chairman. I just wanted to, again, mill levy is certainly part of the discussion. I think that the tax burden in terms of dollars or percent of wage income or some other factors ought to be looked at here. Let me just reflect on this a little bit. I believe Johnson County has about 650,000 residents, right? We're like 525-ish thousand. So they're a little bit higher than we are.
Right.
But their county budget, I believe, is $1.6 billion.
Yes.
So just soak that up for a second. We're essentially 1/3 of their budget.
Right.
And our population is actually not that far apart.
Right.
So when people say, well, their mill levy's lower, you understand your house, my house in Johnson County would be worth double or triple what it is here. And so their mill levy may be lower, but they're paying a lot of dollars in terms of percent of their wage income. I don't know. I know Lindsay's got this beautiful chart that I love, talks about wage income, that type of thing. I think that I would love to see in terms of a percent of their normal wage income, how much is being spent on tax burden for the local community.
Okay.
I think we ought to find that out because there's a story there. But thank you again. Appreciate that. I just want to make that comment so that people understand, even though Johnson County's lower, it doesn't mean they're paying less taxes. All right, thanks.
Very welcome. Thank you. Residential property represented about 62% of the total assessed value in Sedgwick County, and it represents about 66% of the total real property assessed valuation. Here's another interesting heat map. New residential dwellings. New residential dwellings will be single-family, duplex, triplex, quadplex. And this is for 2020 through 2023. Hotspot, once again, is MAIZE, Bel Air, Goddard, East Wichita, Derby, and you got some in Hayesville. So economic activity across this county is definitely on the upswing. Residential property sales. For 2023, residential property sales decreased by 16.78%, or 2,059 transactions due to relatively high interest rates and high prices. The high residential property prices.
Can I ask a question on that?
Yes.
So look again, I'm not sure if it's because the numbers are so small on the scale there, but
right.
13.46 negative to 16.78. You're telling me from year over year, it's dropped 16.78% year over year? Is that what that means?
That means that is the number of transactions. Yes, it's down, but the prices are sticky. Prices are sticky, but transactions are down. And interest rates are definitely having an impact, and the prices are having an impact.
Okay. Since this, again, the chart's not got any labels on it, so I just wanted to clarify, that yellow line is a year-over-year comparison.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
All right. New dwelling construction. Now, this information on new dwelling construction is based on the number of permits that we receive from MABCD and the surrounding municipalities. It does not measure the actual number of new dwellings started or completed. From 2022 to 2023, new dwelling permits decreased by 11.7% due to relatively high interest rates and high prices. If you have any questions, please ask. All right, now we're getting to something that's interesting, a month supply, because the month supply is part of the story here. The red line at the top at 4 months, that is the bottom threshold for a normal market. A normal market is 4 to 6 months. In January 2023, the supply of residential inventory was at 1.2 months, and it steadily increased throughout the year until it reached a high of 2 months and then declined at the end of the year to 1.7 months. Once again, relatively high interest rates and high prices impacted the residential market. And if you look, that third line at the beginning, that purple line is where we're at for 2023, and it floats up, and then it slowly turns down towards the end of the year. Residential inventory by asking price. Now, this is by price range, and this is quite interesting because if you look at the price range, 150 to 175, and then you look across and you look at the months. One month. That's as high as that gets. Everything, all those other months in those colored shades is below 1 month. That is your hot spot. However, going from 125 all the way over to 250, I mean, there's been quite a bit of activity there, but still the 150 to 175 is where it's hot. And none of those price ranges meet the criteria for a normal market, not even the 400,000 to 500,000. It is below 4. That is impressive.
Is this a 2023 data only?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Residential inventory, month supply, large county comparison. Thing look about this chart is if you look on the far right, December, you can see that Sedgwick, Johnson, and Douglas wind up at the same place, 1.7 months of supply. That's pretty interesting. And of course, you've got Shawnee at the bottom, and you've got Wyandotte floating around there at the middle. But definitely, it's below the 4 months. But it is higher than it has been lately. I would say that once interest rates go down, and sooner or later they will, it'll be interesting to see how quickly that supply goes quite low again. Residential inventory, median days on the market, Sedgwick County. On this one, in January 2023, Sedgwick County's median days on the market was 11 days. In June 23, the median days on the market dropped to 4, and it ended up at 14 days. Once again, relatively high interest rates and high prices slowed the residential market yet the market is strong and it's resilient. Residential inventory. Median days on market by asking price. Once again, we've got these price ranges down below, and this is 2023 data. And just looking at that price range of 125 to 150, and then you can go all the way over to about 300,000, and right there is your heat in that market. It's strong, and none of these things it's just things are getting snapped up pretty fast. So that's pretty impressive. Residential inventory, median days on the market, large county. For most of 2023, Shawnee is the lowest until the end of the year, where it floats up to 16 days on the market. Sedgwick was the second lowest for most of 2023, but finished the year at 14 days on the market.
Curiously, if you were to look at this in terms of a mean or average, how different is that versus this median value?
It's going to jump around. It will. There'll be some chaos there.
Are the charts, I understand they'll jump around, but are the charts fairly similar?
I'd say that there is some similarity there.
Okay.
And if you want, we can look at that.
I guess in terms of what I would be interested, I would probably ask for the average number, not necessarily the median number. I'm not sure how that changes the data, but that's kind of why I'm asking. I think if I was to ask, what's the most interesting number of days on market average?
Right.
I'm sure that's what realtors talk about. On average, 3-4 days, or on average, 10 days. I would doubt they would say the median number is.
Actually, this comes from realtors of southern Kansas. They do use the median.
Oh, okay.
And so average is really going to skew things. But we can look at that.
Well, that's true. I guess if a property's on the market for, say, 2 years, it would skew things, right? Mm-hmm. I see that point. Okay. That makes sense. Thank you for explaining that to me.
Median sale price overall. Now, these two charts are ones that have, or at least this chart has interested commissioners in the past. The next one will address a question that you asked me last year. But for now, we're looking at median sale price overall. The 2023 median sale price for all residential property in Sedgwick County increased from $225,000 to $243,200, or 8.09%. Now, we look here, and you've asked me in the past, what's the difference between new build and existing? Well, we've got that broken out here. The light blue is your existing, and the dark blue is new built. The 2023 median sale price for newly built residential property increased from $350,000 to $382,770, and that is an increase of 9.4%. The 2023 median sales price for existing residential property in Sedgwick County increased from $207,500 to $223,200, or a 7.6% increase. Now, residential inventory, median percent of asking price. 2023, in most cases, buyers are getting 100% of their asking price, and some are getting premiums. And you can see that in the 20 to 125,000 all the way over to the 300,000. That is pretty impressive. And so it is a strong, and once again, I'll just say it again, strong and resilient market. Residential median sale prices. And this here is the large county comparison. Now, interestingly, if you look at the two top lines, the one in gray is the national average. And so when you're looking at that, the median sale price, excuse me, and then it takes a dip down. Well, that there signifies what's happening on the coast and in some large cities around the country. However, that blue line that goes soaring right past that, that's Johnson County's median sale price. And then next after that, that golden line is Douglas, and then in the purple is Sedgwick. The light blue is Wyandotte, and that yellow line is Shawnee. Mill levy, residential effective tax rate. Basically, you're taking a mill levy and you're dividing it by the appropriate assessment ratio. In this case, it is the residential assessment ratio, and that is 11.5%. You have Wyandotte, and builders and developers look at this sort of information where they may want to locate or build. And so when you're looking at this, up top you've got Wyandotte for residential, you got Shawnee, the dashed line, that is the state average residential effective tax rate. Then you come down and you've got Sedgwick and Johnson. And once again, I mean, that is a good accomplishment on Sedgwick County's part.
Can you
Very
share?
steady.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Yeah, can you please share how that's calculated again? Or what are they comparing here?
Here,
to get that number?
you're taking the county levy and you are dividing it by an assessment ratio of 11.5%.
Okay.
It is the average county mill levy.
Okay. All right.
Commercial, 2023. Commercial property represented about 28% of the total assessed value in Sedgwick County, and it represents about 31% of the total real property assessed valuation in Sedgwick County. And there are the new commercial buildings for 2020 through 2023. Once again, MAIZE is hot, East Wichita, Greenwich Place around K96 and Greenwich. And then you look towards the interior of the city of Wichita and their industrial district, there's some building going on there. So that is an interesting map. Development continues to occur. Commercial sale prices. Commercial property sales decreased by 29.5% due to high interest rates and high prices. There's still some uncertainty in this market. But yes, to answer Commissioner Howell's question, along the right-hand side, those are your year-over-year percentage changes. Commercial building activity. From 2022 to 2023, commercial permit activity increased 11.4%. Even though interest rates remain high and demand for warehouses and large specialty buildings and other types of commercial buildings increased. Now, this here is interesting. You've never seen this slide before. On this slide, you will see lines going across from 2018 to 2024, and you have roughly 6 warehouse, office, residential, retail, industrial, and exempt. There are other commercial property types, but these here are the type that we put on here because they're the most prominent. But the total is for all commercial property types. And if you look at that total and you see that 201,405,699, and you come over and you look at 2024, and it says 220,112,889. In other words, we have, in that time span, added 18,707,190 square feet of commercial space. That is a lot of space. And that's stuff that my staff has to pick up and value. That is, they do a great job, but development is definitely occurring in Sedgwick County. That's very good. As you can see, warehouses are the top billing. That is a lot of warehouses, and the economic development policies of several of our cities do encourage the development of warehouse space and large specialty buildings. So that's clearly driving some of that. Mill levy, commercial effective tax rate. Once again, the average county levy, and you're going to divide that by the commercial assessment ratio of 25%. And once again, you've got Johnson down at the bottom, then you got Sedgwick, and then that dashed line is your state average county mill levy effective tax rate. So that is, we're able to attract business here. That's good. And of course, if you can't attract business and you've got high levies and so forth, you're going to tend to use, more, I would say, some of your business incentives to attract people in there. So, not that we don't use them here, we do, but preliminary mid-year sales ratio. Now, I just put this on, as you remember in the October presentation, I told you that we were out of statistical compliance on the commercial side. Just for reference, I put the 21 and 22 median ratios on there along with the confidence intervals. And the last preliminary mid-year sales ratio we got was 2023. Mid-year is always a little bloody, but we managed to clean that up. Now, last year, if you go to the next slide, final compliance, the 22 median ratio, we were in on residential, we were out on commercial. We haven't heard on the 2023 final yet. However, I haven't seen anything or heard anything that would tell me that we're not doing good. And I do know that on the procedural statutory compliance, they continue to praise us. However, we haven't got our scores, and we won't get the scores until sometime around August. So the sales ratio study, residential, as you can see, last year, just to reiterate, the upper confidence interval, we got in at a 90, and that was good. I would prefer not to use the confidence interval to get in, but, and then in commercial, well, we just didn't make it. And so we are doing better. At least our internal ratio studies are showing that. And as far as use of ratio studies on the preliminary, we do use the preliminary when we're doing our 2024 evaluation, but we also do a lot of internal ratio studies, and we relied on those as well. Agricultural, well, when we talk about ag use valuation, this has always been impressive to me. 435,243 acres, or 67.4% of the land in Sedgwick County is devoted to agricultural use, and it represents 1% of the total assessed value for Sedgwick County. Before we talk about the slide that everybody waits for, I want to speak about 3 property tax relief programs, and that's the homestead property tax refund, the Safe Senior Property Tax Refund, and the Senior Disabled Veteran Property Tax Fund. The county clerk's office manages those programs for the Kansas Department in Sedgwick County. One of the most important things to remember for property owners is there's a statutory date to this stuff, and you have to have your application in by April 15th. That is very important. If you don't have it in by then, you've got some problems. The county clerk staff, they are knowledgeable and competent in helping or assisting property owners in filling out these applications, and I would encourage everyone to look and see if they qualify. The Senate, House, Assessment and Tax Committees have continued to try to expand the criteria to include more people. If you didn't qualify last year, look, it may have changed and may be something you can use this year. And if it doesn't work for you this year, don't give up, because they're busy this year, once again, trying to expand that criteria. So please do your due diligence and see if you qualify for these programs. 2024 Valuation Summary. Residential parcels, 39%, no change in value. 60% increased in value, a typical change, 8%. 1% decrease in value, typical change, 4%. Commercial parcels, and remember, we were out of statistical compliance, but also the market is moving. No change in value, 26%. 67% increased in value, typical change, 10%. 7% decrease in value, typical change was 13%. Agricultural parcels, 20%, no change in value. 16% increase in value, typical change 4%. 64% of the parcels decreased in value, typical change 18%. And in ag, for those agricultural parcels, for the increase, the native and tame grasses were the main reason. The drought basically has pushed up the prices of hay, pasture land, and livestock feed. And when it comes to the decrease in value, the high commodity prices that we have had for quite a few years are now starting to roll off that 8-year moving average. And so that's good news for our farmers. Valuation summary. Now, we've updated all of these for the residential, the commercial, and the agricultural, including the 2024 information. On the residential, you might want to look at 2018, because we haven't been able to say that the percentage of parcels with an increase. Last time we were around 60 was 2018, and it was actually 59%. So that's an interesting timeline to think about. I'll let you review the valuation summary. If you have any questions, please let me know. Mailing of valuation notices. The Sedgwick County Appraiser's Office will only mail valuation notices to property owners that experience a change in appraised value or classification from 2023. Approximately 147,750 real property valuation notices will be mailed for 2024. That's about 63% of all properties in Sedgwick County. Last year, we mailed out approximately 182,000, so that was about an 18.7% decrease. Assessing your value notice if your value or classification didn't change. In other words, how do I get a value notice if you didn't mail me one? Or if I didn't, or maybe you did mail me one, I just never received it. Property owners who don't receive a notice in the mail may view their appraisal information for their property beginning March 1 online at www.sedgwickcounty.org, and it will also include the instructions on how to file an appeal. And they have the same rights to appeal as anyone else, whether you got a notice in the mail or not. Appeals process. If property owners don't think that their value reflects fair market value, or they want an explanation of how their value was determined, fill out the back of the value notice and return it to our Sedgwick County Appraiser's office, or you can request through our Smart File portal, which is our new piece of software we have, within 30 days of the date indicated on the front of the notice. Appeal meetings will begin March 19th and will be conducted via phone. If somebody wants to have something in person, we can arrange. We can make that arrangement. Uniform and equal. PVD always wants us to make this statement. And then, of course, I've added the 3 equations. Uniform and equal. Please remember that the county appraiser is required by law to value property in a uniform and equal manner and should not be considered an adversary. Increases or decreases in property values do not change the amount of tax dollars needed for local services. And then there's the 3 equations. How do you get an assessed value? Well, you have an appraised value, and that's what we do, and that's what we're responsible for. Appraised value times assessment rate equals your assessed value. How do I get a mill levy? Budget needed divided by your assessed value equals the mill levy. How do I determine my taxes? Assessed value times mill levy equals taxes. Let's talk for a minute about personal property. Can't leave out our personal property, friends. Personal property represents about 2.7 of total assessed value in Sedgwick County. Personal property renditions are due back by March 15th in the appraiser's office to avoid penalty. Personal property valuation notices will be mailed April 30th. Deadline to file an appeal is March 16th. Those accounts that you see on that graph there, they continue to change throughout the year, and they will. I plan to come back in a few months with an update for you, and you will see that those numbers have grown. So that is something that is in continual motion. Commissioners have asked in the past, what does these numbers represent? You can see up top, that is your individual personal property, ATVs, watercraft, things of that sort, mopeds. And then you've got the CIME that is in the middle. It continues to dwindle. And then you've got oil and gas that's very steady down at the bottom. Once again, customer service is something that we pride ourselves on, and we are always there and available to help. Our information assistance is at 271 West 3rd Street, Suite 501, Wichita, Kansas. You can walk in, you can call at 316-660-9000. You can also find us on the internet at www.sedgwickcounty.org. There we have appeal process information, real and property values. You can get your real property sales. You can find cost reports, comp sheets. There's all kinds of information there to help. I want to thank my staff for the hard and diligent work that they've performed this year and their professionalism. And commissioners, I want to thank you for your support.
Yeah, very good, Mark. Well, I appreciate this report. And we also want to thank your staff for all the work they do. Very important work for this community. So, Commissioner Dennis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to echo the Chairman's comments. We appreciate the work of the staff and view. I want to remind the public that we appoint you every 4 years, but from that point forward, you do not work for us. You work for PVD and Topeka rather than for us. I know that on 1 March, as soon as you send those out, I will get a number of phone calls and emails from 60% of the homeowners, 67% of the commercial owners, and I don't think I'll hear from very many farmers this year. So, but I understand the process. I hope they understand it too, that valuations are going up. I just do want to make one point that some of your slides pointed out. So if you could flip to slide 6 real quick.
Okay, let's go back. Bear with me, Commissioner. Which one are you looking for?
Slide 6. There you go.
All right.
All right. And in a minute, I'm going to have you go to 14 and then to 29. But what this points out to me is a couple things. And it's things that are affecting us today and that we're working on diligently. One is Northwest Expressway. It goes from Goddard over to MAIZE. If you take a look at that line over on the left side, that's exactly where the Northwest Expressway is going to go. It shows that all the parcel growth is a huge amount is happening in that corridor. So it is critical that we keep working on the Northwest Expressway. In addition, if you look at that parcel growth, it lands right in the urban growth area of MAIZE and Colwich. And that is something else that's coming up is where should we permit solar projects? The growth is right exactly where they want to put some solar projects. I've already made my stance clear that I do not believe that we need to put solar projects within the urban growth areas, although I'm pro-solar. Flip to 14. Let's see if it bears truth, exactly what I just said. Well, look at there. There's new residential dwellings, and where are they going? Right between Goddard and MAIZE. Look at that growth over on the left side. Same thing. In addition, look where the growth is happening. It's right in the middle of the urban growth area for MAIZE, Colwich, Goddard, all those different areas. So it bears fruit that the Northwest Expressway is needed, and solar projects do not belong in urban growth areas. Why don't you flip to 29? Let's see if it's still the same truth. And this one is new commercial buildings. Commercial isn't quite growing out there yet, but it is growing around the MAIZE area and the Goddard area. So as commercial grows, it's going to follow the same path that everything else is. So what these are showing is the same thing that I've been advocating for a number of years on the Northwest Expressway, is that we need it, and we need it to start moving forward now. The second thing is that I made it very apparent when we had the meetings where planning came in and briefed us on what the MAPC is coming up with for solar projects. I made it very clear that they do not belong in urban growth areas. So these slides verify exactly what I've been saying, and I will stand by that until we finally come up with a solution. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Very good. Thank you, Commissioner Dennis. Any other questions or comments? Commissioner Howe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess since that slide's up there, I'd like to point out District 5. Nothing's going on in District 5. Isn't that strange? I could probably opine a little bit as to why that is, but I have my population density is a little higher than other parts of the county. Least number of square miles, same number of people, so I have a little more homes, and I think it leaves a little bit less opportunities for commercial. But I did want to just share, I did ask for some data. I have not had a chance to do my magic on the data just yet. I'm not sure exactly what you sent me yet, because I haven't had a chance to open that here at the workplace. But you know, there's always going to be someone out there that says my property tax value, my home value went up 30% or 50% or some number. First of all, the data you presented today does not include new construction.
No.
And I think we all need to understand that. So if someone pulled a permit and added onto their home, added a garage, or pulled a permit and did something that would improve the value of their home, those things are exempt from the data you showed us today.
Yes.
Right?
It excludes new construction and change in use.
Yeah, I think that's really important to note that. Second of all, so for the 60% that have an increase in average increase of 8%, that is due to corrections in the market, if you will, market forces, if you will, that causes values to go up or down. All right, but not because of construction or new construction. Those are changes because of just other factors in the market.
Right.
So what I have from you right now, and I'm looking forward to building this chart. I look forward to doing that hopefully today or tomorrow. But I have, and I believe this is what you gave me, is I would like to see how many properties, I should say, out of 183,359 residential properties in Sedgwick County, what was the change for every single one of those properties?
You'll see.
And I'm going to plot that, and probably I'll plot that number different ways. Maybe I'll do it a pivot chart, for example. But what that's going to show is it's going to show that there's a few properties that changed 30%, a few more that might change 25%, and a few more that changed 22%. The vast majority of them are going to be very close to that 8% number. There's going to be a lot of them are going to be less than that.
Sure.
And that also leads me to this issue of the state cap. Even though we talk about 8%, if the state cap was in place today at 4%, again, that's going to be discussed, I'm pretty sure, pretty soon in the legislature. It's already passed the Senate, and the House is talking about this as a way to theoretically get control of the property tax growth. What that's going to leave the county with is not 4%. It'll be something less than that. It might be 3%. Because if you look at the way the math works, there's a lot of properties below 4% that are not going to be capped at all. And those that are over 4% will get capped. So the average of all those will be something less than 4%.
True.
And so we're looking at, rather than overall, again, you talk about 4.5% growth overall, right? But in fact, did you present that today yet? That's not been presented, has it?
No.
Okay, that might be coming.
Might be.
Okay. Well, let's just speculate then. It might be 4.5% overall. In reality, that would indicate the economy in Sedgwick County is roughly 4.5% more expensive currently than it was a year ago. And that's by generally what government jurisdictions are going to build their budgets on, whatever that number is going to be, if it's 4.5% or whatever the number is going to be. If the state caps that at 4% and we have a capped growth average of, say, 3%, 3.5%, we're going to see a forced reduction in government spending by at least 1% if that was to happen. So that is really going to change the way we do things here in Sedgwick County. I don't think that, I'll just say this, the people who are advocating for that to be the solution, I think they're going to create inequity in the markets.
Yes.
I don't think it's actually the solution they think it is. It doesn't necessarily cap spending, it just simply caps growth on a parcel basis, but it doesn't cap growth at the jurisdiction level. And at the end of the day, I don't know if that's the right answer. So I have a lot more opinion about that. I just want to share, if it's okay, when I get that chart done, I'd like to send that to staff. And if it's something that's interesting, I'd like to have you share it out with that. Thank you so much.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? Always a lot of information. It's good to see all the things that are happening in Sedgwick County and appreciate all the work that you guys put into this. It means a lot.
Much appreciated.
So I'd like to make a motion to receive and file. Motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Meitzner.
Aye.
Commissioner Dennis.
Aye.
Commissioner Howell.
Aye.
Commissioner Lopez.
Aye.
Chairman Beatty.
Aye. Next item, please.
Item J, report of the Board of Bids and Contracts, regular meeting on February 15th, 2024.
The most popular guy in Sedgwick County.
Well, thank you very much for saying that.
Good to see you.
I got to get used to saying good afternoon. I was going to say good morning. Mr. Chairman of Commissioners, Joe Thomas, Purchasing Director, and we have the regular meeting of the Board of Bids and Contracts of February 15th, and we have just two items to seek your approval. And this first item is the cybersecurity software for the Division of Information Technology. Recommendation is to establish a contract, and that's to purchase security products and related services utilizing the State of Kansas Contract 046253, and that's with Optiv Security Incorporated. That term is for 2 years with 3 one-year options to renew. Our final item is the 10 marked police package SUVs for Fleet Management Sheriff's Office. This recommendation is to accept the bid from Allen Samuels CDJR in the amount of $443,000. I'll be happy to try to answer any questions you may have and recommend approval.
Okay, do we have any questions for Joe? Seeing none, I'll make a motion to approve the recommendations of the Board of Bids and Contracts.
Second.
Motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Meitzner.
Aye.
Commissioner Dennis.
Aye.
Commissioner Howell.
Aye.
Commissioner Lopez.
Aye.
Chairman Beatty.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay, thank you, Joe. All right, I want to pause BOCC meeting and call to order the,
My microphone's dead.
oh, microphone's dying. Yeah, we're 6 hours in, microphones are dying.
I think it's being thankful.
I'm going to call to order the meeting of the governing body of Fire District Number 1. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Meitzner.
Present.
Commissioner Dennis.
Present.
Commissioner Howell.
Present.
Commissioner Lopez. Chairman Beatty.
Present. Next item, please.
Public agenda.
No public agenda signed up, so next item.
Consideration of minutes. Item A, fire meeting minutes of January 10th, 2024.
Commissioners, I'd like to take items A and B and combine those into one motion. Any objection to that? So I'll make a motion to, I'll make a motion to approve the fire meeting minutes of January 10th and January 24th, 2024.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
My microphone died too.
Commissioner Meitzner. Commissioner Dennis.
Aye.
Commissioner Howell.
Aye.
Commissioner Lopez.
Aye.
Chairman Beatty.
Aye. We have microphones dying. Mr. Stoltz, sir, actually, next item, please.
Consent agenda.
Good morning, or good afternoon, Chairman and Commission. Tom Stolz, County Manager's Office, recommend approval of consent items C and D this morning.
Okay, we have item C and D from consent agenda. Any questions or comments? Go ahead, Commissioner Howell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I hope you can hear me. Sounds like it's working. I contacted the chief of the fire of the city of Derby, and I would like to recommend that we do not approve item C. I would be glad to motion for the other one here in a moment, but item C, actually, since this is consent, I'd like to make a motion we would approve on consent item D, and I'd like to discuss item C. Let me just do that one.
Okay. So I'll second that motion. We're going to pool item C and just vote to approve item D on consent agenda, correct? Okay. So there's a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Commissioner Meitzner. Commissioner Dennis.
Aye.
Commissioner Howell.
Aye.
Commissioner Lopez.
Aye.
Chairman Beatty.
Aye. Commissioner Howell.
Okay, so on item C, what this is we have a contract with the city of Derby regarding fire code inspection and plan review services. We've been providing this to the city of Derby for a while, and they are ramping up their own capabilities to do this. And at some point, it would make sense for us to fully transition that back to the city of Derby. But by deleting this contract, it actually kind of forces it to happen more as a cliff. I don't know that they are exactly thrilled about taking on this responsibility 100% in that fashion. I know they're ramping up. I think by the end of the year, they'd be fully able to do that. And I understand, and Justin, you correct me if I'm incorrect, but if we don't do item C today and they ramp up their own services, they could use their own services from now through the end of the year to whatever extent they can do that. The contract does not preclude them from doing their own reviews, I don't believe. So I would suggest we don't actually force the termination of the contract at this time. I'd like to give them till the end of the year. And I think actually, I have not reviewed the contract, but I believe that it has a sunset at the end of the year anyway, I believe. So I'd just like to say if we can push this off, and if it doesn't have a sunset, then I would say we can take this up at the end of the year. Or if they message back to us that they have fully capability to do this on their own and they're happy to do that, then that would be fine. We can take up the termination of this contract at the appropriate time if they tell us that. But for right now, I think we should need to push this off.
Go ahead, Justin.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. There we go. All right, sorry about that. Justin Wagner, County Councilor. To your question, Commissioner Howell, as I'm reading the agreement, I don't believe this requires them specifically. I'm turning and looking to our fire folks to utilize those services. I don't think it's exclusive to the fire district, meaning they can utilize their own staff. So to answer that, does that answer your question, Commissioner?
It does. And second of all, is there a sunset built into the current contract?
when you reference a sunset, it has automatic renewal language to where each year it renews at the end of the calendar year for 1-year terms, I believe. The termination notice has to be at least 60 days out. A written termination notice has to be sent to the other party as indicated in the agreement. So actually, it's not on the calendar year. It's 1 year from its effective date. It became effective in March 10th of 2021. And so it would be each March, but certainly either party can terminate without cause with a 60-day notice at any point during the year.
So I guess to that point, I think that if they notify us that they're ready for making this transition, we would be able to take this up at that time. But until they do that, it would be my intent then to at least give them until that window of time, so it'd be roughly January. I don't know that we would forget this. I would just, I personally just think we need to table item C, and we'll take it up at a future date when it seems appropriate.
If we could, if you would be okay with this, I would love to hear from Chief Williams and his thoughts on this in particular, and how we got to this agreement, and his thoughts in particular on this. They've waited patiently today.
Good morning, Commissioner. It's Doug Williams, Sedgwick County Fire District Fire Chief. We entered into this agreement in March of 2021. At that point in time, Deputy Chief Bill Pater with the Derby Fire Department had put in for his retirement. Chief Turner graciously asked us to take this upon and do that at that time 3 years ago, under the understanding that it was a temporary format and that we would do that until whoever replaced Chief Pater would take over the roles that Chief Pater had. That was in 2021. We've done this now for 3 years, and they have not made any effort to take on those responsibilities during that 3 years. Since that time now, they went through a process last fall of hiring a fire marshal. Last summer in my meetings with Chief Turner on numerous dates, which I have, we discussed, and it was understanding they were hiring a fire marshal, and through the fall of this year, Chief Turner told me on several occasions that they had the greatest group of candidates that he could ever imagine for that position, and they had the greatest process to hire a fire marshal that he could have imagined. However, under Derby policy, he could not share any names with me and did not. So I was under the impression that when the new guy come in January, that this would go away and we would no longer do it. We did submit notes to them in email in December that we were struggling to get their projects done because of vacations and our busy schedules. Their probably the Assistant City Manager, Dan Squires, replied back to us that he understood that, and I believe he says that our new position in 2024, so it will not begin until January. It will take a little time to get up to speed, but resuming the fire marshal duties with regard to plan review and inspection is a priority for us. So once again, we just didn't see on the horizon that this was going to continue. I think that the maps that were shown today, as well as us, we're getting clobbered. I mean, we've got the Ruffin project that got dumped on our table in the first part of January. I've got a list of like 17 projects that our plans review guys working on today or at the current time, and that's not to mention the fact that we know is coming up in the very near future, the Wyandotte Crosswinds expansion, the Park City Star Bond expansion, the Genco office building, the Genco coffee house, a large convenience store at 85th and 135, New Anthem Church remodel, the Park City Town Square, and that's just what we have on our, awareness of what's coming up. And it's not anything, we just don't have the staff to do this. I mean, we don't. And I think that, I've told in my conversation to Chief Turner last week, I told him I told him in a January 3rd email that we are going to base this decision on whether we think we have the ability to continue it. And quote, "This decision on whether or not to continue forward in 2024 with plans review for Derby will be solely based on whether or not we feel we have the capability to fulfill it. This agreement has we have 2 weeks to create from the time we get notice to create their plans review, and that's in that agreement, and I don't think we can fulfill it. If we do, we're going to leave the Park City or the MAIZE or the Goddard project on the table while we're working for Derby. And I think that is a disservice to our taxpayers. And I also told Chief Turner that we're willing to continue to consult, help them out. I mean, we do not want to dump them off a cliff, as you put it. But I just don't feel we can meet that agreement, and our team doesn't feel that. And so that's my opinion on it.
Well, Chairman, I'd like to, I guess, respond. Again, change is going to happen. They are ramping up. We're trying to wean ourselves off of providing that service to the city of Derby. Those two changes are happening right now. They are in the process of ramping up their capabilities, but it does take some expertise. It does take some experience. I don't know if they have that out the gate. It'd be nice if they did, but at the end of the day, a transition that's a little more smooth would be beneficial to them. You said you communicated with him in January. This is February. So,
well,
go ahead.
Sir, I've got a list of the meetings that I've had with him discussing this very topic throughout last fall.
I understand that. What I'm saying is that our recent communication about basically ending this contract, transitioning this thing fully back to Derby, it sounds like it kind of got to that conclusion in the month of January, just a few weeks ago.
Well, that was when, because he reached out in the end of December to ask us to expand it, which was totally it was unexpected.
Well, okay, so we've been doing this, you said, for 3 years. And again, if this was to go on for a few more months, I don't know if it's going to substantially change. If we've been doing this for 3 years now, and Derby's had a huge amount of construction project growth, a couple of months would make a big difference. And again, maybe we don't have to go to the end of the year. But if we could do it's just a little while, again, I would say this. When I asked Chief Turner, he said they could handle it, but it was obviously with some concern. He's a great man, a great leader, and I love the city of Derby, but I could tell there was some concern. And I think that just to do this in one giant quick move is going to be I think it can be very difficult for them to take it on immediately. Again, they're ramping up. They're doing everything they can. So this is not going to get pushed off forever, okay? We're talking about a few months, maybe a little longer, but our workload for the city of Derby is going to go down rapidly. They're picking it up. So having both resources available, I think is, again, if let's say by July they're 100% and we're doing nothing, it's not going to matter if this contract's in place at that point, because we're doing nothing for them anyway at that point. So I'm just, rather than arbitrarily force this thing quickly, I know you say it's been 3 years, I get it, but really the conversation got to another level literally in the last few weeks. And I think that to quickly make this change is going to be difficult. In terms of your 2-week service time, they understand that it's been very difficult to meet that through the county, which is one of the reasons why they wanted to get this thing addressed. They plan to do this as quickly as possible. You know, people who do these construction projects don't want to have to wait 2 weeks to get this one piece reviewed. So they plan on hopefully having a much more dynamic service, and that will come in time. They just, right now, if we hit it in 2 weeks, if we've been doing this for 3 years, I just say a little bit longer. Actually, again, we would transition away from this very soon, but I don't just want to do it overnight. That's my only concern.
I appreciate that. Appreciate your thoughts, Chief. I would say, and we're going to open it up for more comment, that I do want to make sure that we are being good partners, and we've been good partners for 3 years with Derby in particular on this item. But I do hear the concerns on the amount of workload in the fire district, with the fire district, I being one of them, taxpayers that are, if we're having to table work in the fire district for fire district cities and fire district projects, that is of concern to me. Do you have what options could you see? How long does it take someone to get permitted, their new fire marshal to get permitted to do these things?
I did a Google search 2 days ago. Well, Chief Crisp did. And there's 5 different programs that are offered between now and the end of May. 5 different, they're 3 to 4 day classes generally. Actually, 2 of them are online classes that would be available for him to get that training within the next, by the end of May.
Okay. All right, Commissioner Dennis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. And I understand your concern, Chief. You're being paid for by the Sedgwick County people that pay in 18 mills to your department, and you're responsible for them. That's your primary concern. I am sympathetic to another commissioner when he's worried about something that's going to happen in his district. So, and I do understand that the city of Derby hired Jonathan Marr to be the new fire marshal, who was a hero to Sedgwick County working in emergency management, and they stole him from us, actually. So he is more than qualified. He got the excellent public service and every other kind of award we could give him. So he's a very bright, talented individual. So I can't believe it'd take that long for him to get up to speed. But I don't want to hear secondhand information from the fire chief in Derby. So I have no problem with deferring this for 1 week and bringing the fire chief from Derby back here to tell us what he needs from us specifically, so that we can vote intelligently. But to defer it any longer than that, or to say that we're going to have them take over 2 weeks, all right. We can go with 2 weeks. Can you live with 2 weeks, Chief?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, like I say, we don't mind helping out, but we are going to get clobbered. And that 2 week requirement, I don't like having an agreement that I fail to meet.
Yeah.
And if Derby's willing to waive that 2 week requirement in the contract, then we could look at extending it out to May to June, something of that fact. It's just, I just don't like being held to an agreement that I don't believe we can meet.
Well, I want the Derby fire chief to understand what our concerns are, and we need to hear what his concerns are before we jump into something and make a decision. So if we could live with the 2 week deferral and bring that fire chief in to tell us what he needs and what we can do to help him out in the interim, and when we can get past this, I think we need to hear both sides. So that's where I'm at right now, but Commissioner Meister may have some other ideas.
Commissioner Meister.
Well, I agree. 2 weeks is a 2 weeks is a good information gathering time. If knowing what, okay, we've all got good construction challenges going on. That's all positive, and Derby's a leader in growth. But the strain on you, if we can't get out of this, or if Derby can't step up and still needs our help, I think we need to adjust the contract to say that you will handle Fire District 1 first, and they will no longer have you'll no longer have a requirement to be at a certain time. You will get to their stuff when your staff is available to do it, or we solve this pretty quickly. But if not, I'd be very supportive of prioritizing Sedgwick Fire District number 1 for all the fire marshal stuff that's needed first, and then we'll fit that in as a city of the first class, a growing city. Derby is great economic stuff going on, including challenges of construction. So that's part of being a city of the first class. You're growing and you're good, and they need to step up. Or anyway, that's all I have to say.
Yeah, that's good feedback. I would say that, yes, prioritizing fire district projects, I think, is important. We want to be good partners, and we want to lead here, and you guys have been great partners with Derby in this. I would be more in favor of, instead of prioritizing fire district projects, is they have a very talented fire marshal that they've hired, is to doing the best we can to help support him in getting up to speed in a period of time. I don't know what that time frame looks like. Maybe you had mentioned there's classes at the end of May, June, to where we can actually expedite that contract and just ask them to, and we'll assist to get him up to speed, shadowing your staff and those that are doing it and doing what we can. But there's a lot coming in the fire district, a lot we're proud of, and I want to make sure that your staff is capable of doing that. But Commissioner Howe.
So, hearing the comments of my colleagues, it seems to me that if we simply do nothing for 2 weeks and have a conversation, and if we can agree that, and it might take our legal to tweak our contract or tweak what we have in front of us, but again, at that time in 2 weeks, we could either, again, rescind this contract, kill it as the plan is today, or have some type of agreement with priority language built into it and maybe a sunset for later this year. But I think that conversation needs to happen with the chief. I'm not asking him to come before the BOCC in a public open meeting. I do think that we ought to have that conversation with our own staff, develop a good plan, and then bring that good plan back to the commission in 2 weeks. And if that's agreeable, I'd like to make a motion, we would defer this for 2 weeks for that purpose.
Go ahead, Justin.
You guys hear me?
Yeah.
All right. Justin Widener, County Councilor. One thing I think you could do, and I think maybe Commissioner Howell was getting to this earlier, is the 60 days is a minimum notice for termination. So whether now or 2 weeks from now, you could certainly issue a termination notice that's greater than 60 days. Also, the language in the agreement about the 2 week turnaround on review of plans it says that we will generally, the fire district will generally complete that. It's not a hard and fast requirement. I can certainly understand that Chief Williams and his staff want to meet that. But it's not a hard and fast contractual requirement the way it's worded now. I do think there is a duty for us to complete reviews and inspections in a timely manner is how it's worded. But that 2 week time frame, if other matters came forward where Chief Williams and his staff had to review those, that can be done under the agreement. I think some flexibility.
Okay. My thought is, I know that if we said today we approve this, that would give them 60 days. I think being good partners, trying to help them, and I'm hearing from you, Chief, you feel there's a need from the fire district and your department that we do need to exit this agreement relatively soon so that you can equip your staff to do the work for the fire district. I'm hearing you loud and clear. I think all of us are hearing you loud and clear. I would be in favor of extending a time frame today, 120, 150 days. That gives them a significant amount of time and we would assist in that. And you're saying that we could assist however we can to get them up to speed. But I certainly want to entertain the comments from my colleagues. So Commissioner Dennis?
Well, I wouldn't extend anything today because I haven't ever heard from the chief of Derby Police, or Sheriff, get it right, Fire Department.
Yeah.
It's a long day, sorry. So I really want to hear from the Derby Fire Chief in 2 weeks for him to tell us what the direction forward is.
I understand that. I would vote, if a motion was made, I'd vote for that. But I also want to make it very clear that I'm hearing from our fire chief. And our fire chief is being very loud and clear of what his needs of his department are. And that, I want to be a good partner. I think Sedgwick County needs to be a good partner. But what our fire chief says is most important to me. And I'm hearing some tension in the department for being able to adequately do this service. And 2 weeks is not going to be a deal breaker, I don't believe. I think that's appropriate to listen to a partner community in Sedgwick County. And I would be okay with that. But our fire chief is telling us something that he needs, and I think that we need to be very sensitive to that. So, Commissioner Lopez.
Do you need a?
No, just wanted to say, I did make a motion. I'm not sure there was a second, but my motion might just say, let's bring it back in 2 weeks for whatever plan we're going to move towards, whether it be, given 60 days notice or 75 days notice or whatever it would be, or change it into some type of priority relationship with the other work that the fire district has to do. My motion is simply to defer this for 2 weeks. I don't think we had a second yet, but we ought to do that before we get to more discussion.
Tom, do you have that?
I think there's two things that need to happen here. I think I need to alert the Derby city manager of this conversation. There needs to be some type of plan or outline or framework of a move forward on this, whether that comes from the Derby fire chief or the Derby city manager. I think that's just logical. I'm not sure that it's our chief's responsibility to come up with that plan. I think Derby should come up with that plan. And then I think we can have that discussion back and forth. If the fire chief wants to come, he's more than welcome here, and same with the city manager. But if not, if we can work and reconcile a plan and bring back to you in 2 weeks, does that meet the needs of the commission?
Well, I'm hearing that would probably suffice here. Commissioner Lopez, do you have any comments?
I don't need to add anything. Thank you.
Go ahead. So Commissioner Howell's made a motion to defer this for 2 weeks. I'm happy to second that motion. Any other questions or comments, or Chief, anything else you'd like to add in that?
No, that's fine.
Okay. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Meitzner.
Aye.
Commissioner Dennis.
Aye.
Commissioner Howell.
Aye.
Commissioner Lopez.
Aye.
Chairman Beatty.
Aye. Okay. Thank you, Chief. Thank you for being here. Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Other.
Do we have anything in other under Fire District? Seeing none, next item.
Executive session.
There is no executive session. So I will adjourn the Fire District meeting and return us back to the meeting of the Board of County Commissioners. Next item, please.
Consent agenda.
Mr. Stoltz.
Chairman and Commission, Tom Stoltz again, County Manager's Office, recommending approval of consent items K through AE with the exception of M. M is the 2024 aging mill levy contracts. We'll bring that back in March as a new business item. I think commissioners want to touch that a little bit more than what consent's allowing, so we'll bring that back, but asking for approval of all other consent items.
Okay. Any questions or comments on these consent items? Commissioner Howell.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd like to go ahead and just remove Z, just because I want to have a chance to vote no on item Z, but I don't know, I need to elaborate on that. I just want to bring it up as a separate item so I can vote no. Thank you.
So we'll be removing items M and item Z, is that correct? Okay. Any other questions or comments? So I'll make a motion to approve items A through AE with the exceptions of items M and items Z.
Did you say K?
Okay. Let me clarify my motion. I want to make a motion to approve items K through AE with the exception of items M and the item Z.
Second.
And there's the second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Meitzner.
Aye.
Commissioner Dennis.
Aye.
Commissioner Howell.
Aye.
Commissioner Lopez.
Aye.
Chairman Beatty.
Aye. We're going to defer item M, and then item Z, Commissioner Howell.
Just make a motion to approve item Z.
Okay. All right, I'll make a motion to approve item Z.
Okay, I made the motion. Go ahead.
Then I'll second the motion.
We're going to get this done one way or another.
We're going to finish this meeting one way or another is what we're going to do. There's a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Commissioner Meitzner.
Aye.
Commissioner Dennis.
Aye.
Commissioner Howell.
No.
Commissioner Lopez.
Aye.
Chairman Beatty.
Aye. Okay. Next item, please.
Legislative issues.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Tanya Cole, Assistant County Manager. I can be very brief on this because I know it's been a long day. So we are almost 2 months into the legislative session. This is turnaround week, and so after Friday, non-exempt bills that have not passed through Chamber of Origin will be dead. Bills may still be kept alive by being sent to the exempt committees of Taxation, Federal and State Affairs, and Budget Committees. There will be no session next Monday or Tuesday to allow time for bills to be processed. Just an update on bills that we're tracking, 28 House bills and 23 Senate bills. I do want to just mention a couple of commissioners have asked about this particular bill, and we have been watching this with our lobbyist, and that is Senate Bill 468. So this particular bill would prohibit cities and counties that grant or approve certain property tax exemptions or tax increment financing from exceeding their revenue neutral rates for property taxes. When we talked to Jason this week, he said there were 51 opponents on this and one proponent that testified on this bill. So Jason mentioned that they do plan to work the bill, but he just continues to feel that this bill is just not going to go that far. I think we mentioned this week, but I just want to mention again that the KDADS appropriation hearings, the $40 million that was in there for the homeless infrastructure, that was stripped out of the House, but it still remains in the Senate. And then, as Commissioner Howell mentioned, I think last week, House Bill 2723, that is the bill that has the homeless infrastructure bill that was blessed, as he mentioned. And so Jason says that there will likely be hearings next week, so we may see some action on that bill. Adrian texted me while we were in the meeting and said that Senate Bill 431, which is the Capon bill, that passed out of the Senate today unanimously. So just wanted to mention that. And then one more mention on the nuisance abatement bill, our county nuisance abatement bill. I'm going to hand this over to Justin. I think he wants to speak specifically on this bill. So.
Thank you, Tanya. Justin Wagner, again, County Councilor. On the nuisance abatement bill, Senate Bill 362, that was drafted and proposed to get rid of the current sunset that's in the bill to where our authority dies July 1st of this year. Passed favorably out of committee. It was at general orders in the Senate. A potential challenge on this that Jason Watkins brought to our attention is that this bill is being lumped in with other counties who are trying to do the same thing as Sedgwick County, but these other counties are not urban areas. Because we're an urban area, that gives us the ability to adopt a provision like this and not allow other counties to have nuisance abatement powers. These other counties, I think it's Riley and Cherokee County, are not urban areas and do not have that authority. So if they would get passed, then other counties could potentially charter out of it or create their own nuisance abatement powers. So there's some concern on that end. Jason has communicated with leadership on this in terms of making clear that this is a legislative platform item for Sedgwick County. I'd be happy to answer any questions on that, or if there's any direction you'd like staff or our lobbyists to take on that.
Thank you for that update. Any questions on this or any of the legislative items from Tanya? Okay, thank you. Sorry, I didn't. Commissioner Howe.
I was just going to say that they are doing 43 bills today. It's a little crazy up there at the moment. Our House Bill 2723 was scheduled for a hearing on Tuesday, although now I'm hearing they're going to take Monday and Tuesday off. So I don't know what's going to happen to that hearing, but I do know there was a hearing scheduled for Tuesday. Now it says, I'm sorry, March 5th is the date, excuse me. It's Tuesday, March 5th is the date we have a hearing. Okay, that's all I was going to say. And that's it. Thank you, Chairman.
Yeah, thank you. Tanya, thanks for all the work you're doing on this. This is a lot, a winding down session, and we've got a lot of things riding, so hopefully it turns out to be good news for Sedgwick County and the rest of Kansas. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Chairman, Commissioners.
Madam Clerk, next item.
Committee reports.
Do you have any committee reports you want to share? Oh, no lights came on. Okay. Next item, please.
Other.
Anything for other? That's great news. We already finished our executive session, and it is 3:01. Is that a record? I don't know what.
1 minute late.
1 minute late.
In my time here, it's the record.
This is,
So.
yeah. Well, listen, there was a lot of business that had to get taken care of. There's a lot of important business, and I appreciate everybody's energy and effort, and everybody stayed locked in until the very end. And microphones were expiring and running out of battery, but we finished this thing, and there was a lot of business to be done. So thanks, and staff, thank you, staff, for hanging through this thing today. So I will proudly and loudly exclaim that this meeting is adjourned.